the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17 May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Furs, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then, upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of those businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion. In 2005, during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with SOUQ Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IATO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope, and trust in the future, he could plunge ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, this dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and base revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains, philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Salome Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, Choiseul, based in France, topping the ranks of the Choiseul 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch or Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Ego remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Ego, Charles Sanomi.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have the respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelt is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent as by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what to call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phoned to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country. We created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police.
That's right.
And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. Sure. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parasitals in the sector. And, you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks. Okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. Yeah. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE. that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni wosaleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. The root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. The electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. Because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion?
Almost 3 billion. We're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building, the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Odeonije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of the... But they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kVA substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above neck, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10-15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. I mean, it's not repairs, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. You know, initially, NDPC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos, as they are now, don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunication sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters.
Okay.
So that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your distance. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
When Emeke talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways. From sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories, the Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
First of all, be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. This is where you should be. It's a beautiful Friday, and this is Lagos. Wherever you're catching us from, this is SOUQ News Television, and it's always a pleasure having you. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. On SBL today, we'll be looking at bank recapitalization. How many banks have met that particular threshold? How many have surpassed it? How many are still left? Should that even be a benchmark? Hey, we'll open it up and we want to hear from you. Also, we are looking at this particular issue we raised yesterday that had to do with the VAT on bank charges. The federal government has come out to clear some issues on it. So be here and we will talk. It's a Friday and we'll talk movies. We'll talk movies, we'll talk earnings, we'll talk YouTube. So, hey, you can't run away from us. I am pleased to tell you that I still have those handsome gentlemen. They are off the market for now, but you never can tell. They are here in the studio with me. Olumide, good morning.
Good morning. Thank God it's Friday. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. Good morning, Mukhtar Amin. So glad to be here. I am Olumide Shukwa.
You're welcome. Amin is also here. Amin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. SOUQ. Good morning, Mr. Shukoya. Good morning, Nigerians. I'm so happy to be here.
Yes, like we said, it's Friday, and let's go straight to business. Now, CBN is telling us that 20 banks have met new capital requirements targets. Yes, the Central Bank of Nigeria that said about 20 deposit banks have already met the new capital requirements under the ongoing banking recapitalization program. as the Apex Bank shift focus towards ensuring stronger balance sheets, drive real sector credit growth in the economy. The disclosure was made on Thursday by the Deputy Governor, Economic Policy, Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Mohammed Abdullahi, while speaking on a panel at the launch of the 2026 Macroeconomic Outlook of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group in Lagos. Officials say the recapitalization exercise is intended to create a more resilient banking system, improve risk absorption, and position lenders to better support businesses, infrastructure and financing, and long-term economic expansion amid persistent inflation and external pressures. The central bank also says that compliance level indicates early momentum, but supervision will intensify to ensure capital buffers translate into lending, stability, and confidence across financial markets nationwide this year and ahead. Now, that particular threshold for that recapitalization was 500 billion. We're kind of asking ourselves, 500 billion, can 500 billion fund a refinery? Just personal talks. But it's a plus from where we are coming from.
Yes, it is. And they have until March this year to meet that. This is for existing banks. New banks, it takes effect and all that. And since 20 banks have met it, it's a good one. I think CBN came out with this because over the years we faced a bit of currency pressure, inflation, shorter credit, to businesses and all that. So with this, banks have more money to withhold any external shocks, any pressure, anything. It stabilizes the bank. They can actually, because back in the days, you just wake up and you hear this bank has folded, and you'll be wondering, and and all that. But this is just a way of a buffer to make sure that at least they have something to fall back on. But now let's see it translate in lending rates. Let's see it go down to single digits, because whether you like it or not, businesses right now might not want to approach the conventional banks for loans. They would rather sort microfinance and any other, alternatives right now. So I think that is what CBN should also be looking at right now. Now they have money in the banks. 20 banks would have, but also some smaller banks who may not be able to meet up might be swallowed up in a merger and acquisition and all that. Well, it's all good if it's going to benefit businesses, especially SMEs. That should be the focus now. Now you said it can't even fund a refinery. We're not even talking. Let's not even go there. Let's talk about the SMEs right now, because they are like the heartbeat of the economy. How many SMEs are actually thriving? Can actually expand? We talk about them going into stock. We talk about them doing so many things. We talk about job creation. If loans are not readily available for me to expand, I will not think of hiring. I will not think of this. I will think of downsizing. A lot of companies are trying to downsize. They're trying to see how one man can do 3 jobs, and pay him the same salary. That's where we are at. So I think CBN should, as much as possible, maybe the next MPR, MPC meeting, they should try to see how they can bring the lending rates down so that it will trickle down to SMEs.
Trickle down to SMEs, bring the lending rate down. That's where you are going to put. Let's still look at this capitalization. Should we be gunning for stronger banks? As we are right now, we are looking at a capitalization of 500 billion. I'm of the thought that we should go way, way beyond that. 500 billion it's less than $3 billion.
Yeah, I agree with you, but and especially if we are targeting a $1 trillion economy.
Exactly.
We need stronger banks to be able to fund the economy. And this is important. However, if CBN goes too high, a lot of jobs are going to be lost, like Mr. Shokoya just said. Because if we look at the trajectory of recapitalization in the past, for example, when Access Bank and Diamond merged together, so many Diamond branches were closed, and there goes so many jobs. So we need to do it to be able to get to $1 trillion economy, but we need to do it carefully so that it doesn't hurt the economy. And Our banks are doing quite well now. One of the projects that I'm proud, that make me, become more proud of Nigerian Bank is the Lagos Rail Line. When Mr. Sanwo-Olu said they were funded by local lenders, Nigerian banks, even at single digits. They make an exemption for him, even though the lending rate is about 30%. Mr. Sanwo-Olu said he got the facility for single digits, fully funded by Nigerian banks in Naira. So what that means is that if we have stronger banks, we'll reduce the pressure on borrowing in USD from foreign banks. But while we are doing that, like I said, we need to be careful not to push a lot of people out of their jobs.
Okay, pushing people out of their jobs. What about mergers?
Yeah.
We can see two big banks come together and we have one of those names that we have outside this country.
Yes, mergers work. People still lose their jobs when mergers work. Because, for example, if you have two banks that have they have their branches on the same street. When they merge, they have to close one branch for the other. That is one. And secondly, if we push too hard, if we raise it too hard, it's going to kill the competition too in the banking sector. In the banking sector, and we don't want to come to a place where we have just 2-3 banks and it becomes like a monopoly. So we have to do it systematically. We still have to encourage competition in that sector while we are pushing for stronger and more liquid banks. But I like the way the CBN is going about it. Even at this rate, about 30% of the bank have not been able to meet their recapitalization, although I'm positive that a lot of them are going to meet it, because this time around, a lot of people are encouraged to invest in Nigerian businesses. So I don't think they will have problem raising money from the stock exchange. So the only problem is this recapitalization might also affect existing shareholders in some of these banks, because it's going to dilute their shareholding.
Yeah, but most times once they introduce more shares, a portion is set aside for existing shareholders.
Yeah, but it's still going to reduce
the value,
their stake in the business.
Should we worry about the stake of the stock of the shareholders, or worry about the stake of the chief executive of the banks? That most times their stake is not reduced.
Yeah, exactly. So the shareholders are the people that bear the brunt. That's exactly what I'm saying. The owners or the directors of the bank, they cover their own basis. Mm-hmm. So the people that bear the brunt are you and I, because they reduce our stake in the bank. So if you have 0.000%, by the time they do the recapitalization, they want to earn more money, technically your stake reduces by half sometimes.
Okay. Now, let's look at the first place the banks went to after the mention of recapitalization was the stock market. A lot of them had to now bring in new shares, and they sold new shares, and 99.9% of them were all positive. They were all successful. I think we'll still get to a story of one that is presently in the stock market right now. Okay. Let's start asking ourselves. We had an issue where CBN said over 90% of cash in circulation is still outside the banking sector. At this point in time, both CBN, commercial banks, deposit banks, microfinance bank, all the bankable banks, what do you think they should be doing, aside just sitting down and waiting for the big boys to bring money? What do you think they should be doing to go out there and get people to join the banking system, apart from what the fintechs are doing?
Well, it's a long shot from here, because the fintechs, they have gone way far. Way far. And that's what created the competition. Look at how long it took banks, to start offering loans on their app, short-term loans. First we had the loan sharks. They came in, the fintechs came in, and they were offering you 10,000 naira for 7 days, 12 days, or a month and thereabout, before the banks came on board. So the fintechs, the mobile money banks, and all, they have gotten into the nooks and crannies of these people. And these people themselves, how many people would you say bring the money into the bank and, come and say, people prefer to, let me not say we know how we, but people prefer to bury money in tanks and whatnot. And the money is not in circulation, like it's not everywhere, it's just to a selected few. So what incentives are you willing to offer these people that will make them say, okay, I trust this particular bank. If I put my money in this bank, I would see something. Rather than see deductions from nowhere. Imagine being deducted for card maintenance when you don't even have an ATM card. These are some of the things we experience. So these are things that discourages people. And bad information spreads faster than good information. Look at the one we talked about yesterday.
Okay.
The VAT. The information that was out there was that, they are going to be deducting from your money. Before they had to, release another circular that, no, it's 7.5% of the charges, not the total money. But the news had already gone farther. But if you go on social media now, a couple of influencers are now trying to do damage control. They were the ones who started these things, but they are now trying to do damage control, of course, to move traffic and all that. So these are some of the things. So what incentives can banks offer? This is where stock comes in. This is how banks can really persuade some of them that, look, if you have this amount, bring it to our bank. We'll help you invest it in the stock market. This is what you stand to gain. These are some of the things. Because Nigerians will like...
Should the bank start offering their customers stocks in return for depositing their monies? Or should the bank start offering their customers... You're smiling. Or should the bank start offering their customers some form of insurance for depositing their monies with them?
Exactly.
At a point in time, a particular telecommunication network was offering insurance. If you recharge your data or your talk time over an amount, they will offer you a month premium insurance service. But most people did not know until they stopped that service. So do you think banks should look for a way of cajoling people to, hey, come in, bring those monies this way. We'll offer you this.
We need more banks that will target, especially people in the rural areas. So it's just going to be their own corporate strategy overall. Say, for example, before GTB, students barely have bank accounts. Most universities, they have their own microfinance bank where students, I know federal universities and private universities, they have their own small microfinance bank within the school that students use when they're on campus. They take money, they deposit it, and they're able to use it within the school. But GTB make it their mission to target campuses. And today, they still pursue the market. That is why we have GT Food and Drink, GT Fashion. They still target those young people, and it works for them. So it just takes, and when people like OPay, MoneyPoint, even though they are microfinance bank and digital banking, when they came, they target the SMEs, and their strategy works. They look at their problem, and they tailor their services to solve their problem. So I personally believe that most of the unbanked money are in the rural areas. Personally, that is my own belief. A lot of people believe they are in houses of politicians. I don't think politicians keep cash in Naira in their houses. If politicians keep cash in their houses, I believe that it's USD. I believe that the value of USD that we have today at 1,400 is as a result of so much USD demand by the elites. That is what I personally believe. So I believe there is a lot of money in the rural areas. All the food that we consume in urban areas like Lagos, more than 50% of that transaction is kept in cash in the hands of the heads, the Fulani herders that sell cow. Most of their transaction, about 70% of them, is in cash. And If you ask travel people that process Hajj for the Fulani people, they'll tell you, they come to the office with Ghana must go to pay for Hajj, 8 million, 12 million, 13 million. They'll tell you, oh yeah, count your 13 million and give me my balance to go home. When you go to places like Kaduna where they sell grains, everything is in cash. I personally do not think that these cash are in houses of politicians. I think they are in houses of people in the rural areas who don't understand the banking sector. So I feel the banks needs to be deliberate to come to their level to deal with them. In advanced countries, banks, when you go to bank, they can attend to you in about 10 different languages. If you are Chinese, there are Chinese professionals that will deal with you to get your money. If you are India, if you are Spanish, etc. And in Chinese neighborhoods, you see American banks write all their signage in full Chinese, even in America, to be able to make it familiar for Chinese people to deposit money with them. So bank needs to come to the level of these rural business people. Even in the Nigerian economy, I think we often write them out. We don't really consider them in our policies, but these people are moving a lot of numbers, and if we want the money in the banking sector, we have to come to their level to deal with them.
Talking about that, if you remember, it took a while before people started accepting ATMs. A lot of people were discouraged from you going to register, and they will tell you, wait till you get a message, then you wait for about 2 weeks to a month, then you go to the bank, they'll ask you, did you send your message? Then you tell them, okay, yes. Then they'll tell you, sit down, you wait for hours. Then GT came up with this brilliant idea, self-service ATM, whereby the ATM machine prints your ATM for you in minutes. I don't know whether other banks have that facility. Then GT also, I'm not doing any promo, I'm just talking about innovation.
No, don't worry, we'll send you the bill later, just go ahead.
Then they came up with this ATM machine where you can deposit money. I don't know whether other banks have that facility. It's only GT that have actually used that particular facility. These are some of the things. Now imagine if you could use that facility and it has, of course, all ATMs have different languages. Now imagine if all that kind of facility is in all ATMs. People will not be going to, most people prefer to go to the POS operator if they want to send money. These are some of the incentives that banks can actually, bring closer to the people, because people like convenience. A lot of people, the reason why POS operators came about is because people don't want to queue for long hours. They prefer paying 100 naira and you get your money sharp. So these are some of the things. ATM machine where I can just deposit my money on the go. I don't have to wait. I don't want to go into the bank. I don't even like going into the bank because once you go into the bank, your case is very, very peculiar.
Okay, we are looking forward to joining this administration in growing the $1 trillion economy, and for that to happen, our capitalization in banks has to be way, way more than 500 billion, way more than that. We'll get to see the developing stories and see the economy grow, and we'll keep you informed. Now, let's get back to the news of yesterday. Now, the federal government has come out to talk about the electronic banking, that's the VAT on services. Not a new policy, that's what the federal government is saying. The federal government have said on Thursday, that was yesterday, that value-added tax on banking services is not a new policy. Following reports suggesting the levy was recently introduced on electronic money transfers and other transactions, officials have come to say that the charges have long applied under existing tax rules. The clarification followed complaint from bank customers who believed fresh charges had been imposed on routine services as inflation and higher living costs continue to pressure households nationwide. In a statement, the Federal Inland Revenue Service said existing laws already require banks to charge and remit VAT on fees and commissions. Now, yesterday we had talked a lot about this particular policy because people went to town and were misinforming people that VAT will be charged on their deposit and all that stuff. Now, the federal government has come out to say, okay, hey, this charge of VAT is on fees, bank service fees, and it's not new. Now, what they are saying, it's not new. Now, I remember what Doctor said yesterday, whether new or not new, no matter what is being charged, we just need a lot of clarification.
Yes, we need a lot of clarity because we live in a country whereby You know, at the end of the month, you get different messages from your bank, and you begin to run your calculation. When did I send this money? So yes, you get a transfer fee. You get, if you subscribe for the SMS charge, you get that also. You also get card maintenance. So Nigerians are really going through a lot, in simple terms. So when they hear anything, increment, any new policy, any new addition, of course, they get very resistant. But the major thing is, let's make everything clear so that people understand that, you know, and I think banks need to really up their games, you know, and send people text messages explaining these things. Let people get them informed,
okay, so
that they are aware.
Okay, now let's get to the market watch. We were talking a lot about banks and the capital market. NGX has listed 3.16 billion additional UBA shares after the rights issue. Nigerian Exchange Limited has admitted 3.16 billion additional ordinary shares of United Bank of Africa, UBA PLC, to its daily official list. The exchange confirmed this on Thursday. Now, this follows successful conclusion of UBA's recent rights issuance exercise, and is aimed at enhancing the bank's market capitalization while deepening liquidity in Nigeria's capital market, NGX officials said. A confirmation letter dated January 12, 2026, signed by God's Time Iwe Nkeha, head of Issuer Regulation Department, formalized the listing. And analysts are also saying that the expanded share base strengthens UBA's visibility in the market, increases trade activity, and provides more investment options for shareholders. Okay? Observers now note that successful right issues and market absorption signal investor confidence in the bank's performance and the broader Nigeria financial sector, potentially encouraging similar capitalization and capital raising initiative by other listed companies in 2026. Now let's get back to what you were talking about. Those that had shares before, and now we have new rights and shares coming in, and you're saying, okay, good and fine, let's see. Whose shares should really go down? Is it the old shareholders or the board? So who should contribute more to shares coming in to companies? And why are CEOs, bank chief executives, holding strong to their own shares and not going and trying at least 2-3%, 5% max? Should we have that kind of policy? So that, okay, good and fine, yes, if you want to go back and start buying, you can buy back, but you can't hold more than this amount.
I mean, the reason why they have a controlling share is so that they can cover their bases and they can protect their interests.
Yeah, but they've had this from inception. They didn't buy up the shares from the open market. Most of them started these particular companies.
Yeah, some of them start, but there are other people that just buy controlling shares and become the director. So the reason why, you know, quote and unquote, controlling share is so that you can control decisions and you can cover your bases.
Yes.
So, and there's a reason why they have board meetings where shareholders can vote. So, but then, once they have a controlling share,
controls the board meetings.
They override the vote. So that's the game. It is what it is. But it still does not stop the fact that it's good investment to invest in good companies that churn out profits. At the end of the day, dividends and return might still be the same. It doesn't mean that return is going to reduce. It just means that the percentage you hold in the company reduces. So, for example, if you hold 1%, your 1% might become 0.5% or 0.3% because the capital base of the company is now bigger. So what you are holding is no longer a big portion now because the company is a bigger company.
Definitely, but you don't lose value.
You definitely don't lose value. You just lose the percentage that you hold. It becomes smaller. You still...
So while we are looking at losing that percentage that we hold, let's ask the same question that nobody's refusing to talk to us about. The board of directors, why are their own shares not reducing?
And the reason why their shares is not reducing is because they can keep their shares. Because they can.
And buy more when
legally
those issues happen. Now, for those that are wondering, we really want Nigerians to get into the stock market, and let's get to that particular point in time where the capitalization of our stock, NGH, it's getting to from billions to the trillions. Then we can really say that yes, this $1 trillion economy is a possibility. Do you buy that?
Yes, I do. I buy every bit of it.
Every bit of it. Okay, now let's get and keep moving. Energy transition. Now, Total Energies, a lot is happening. Total Energies, Nigeria divest 10% stake in Renaissance JV. Nigeria has signed a sale and purchase agreement with Varis to divest its 10% non-operated interest in Renaissance joint venture license in Nigeria. The company announced Thursday the Renaissance JV, formerly known as the Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria JV, joint venture, is an incorporated partnership comprising the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, only 55%, then Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited as operator, 30%, and Total Energies EP Nigeria, 10%, and Ajib Energy and Natural Resources Nigeria, 5%. The partnership manages 18 oil and gas licenses across the Niger Delta region. Analysts say the divestment reflects Total Energy's ongoing portfolio optimization and allows Varis to expand its footprint in Nigeria's hydrocarbon sector. Observers know that the deal could boost local operation efficiency, capitalize on existing infrastructure, and maintain continuity in production while signaling sustained investment interest in Nigeria's oil and gas landscape amid evolving energy transition trends. From the inception of this administration, one particular thing they've pushed is let the efficiency in drilling be achieved. We want to do more than our OPEC quotas, which at that particular point in time, we were not even meeting the OPEC quota. Thanks to vandalism, thanks to oil theft, thanks to inefficiency, thanks to bad reporting, which nobody tries to talk about. Now we are seeing these businesses happen. To whose favor is it? To us? To the foreign companies? To the local content people? Or to the economy?
Actually, the JV Renaissance, NNPC has a controlling stake in that company. So it's a win-win for everybody. The question is, how many companies do we have in that stream that are local companies? So we need to continue to drill like everybody. Let's just focus on the wins. We need that sector even for power generation. That's where the gas that we use for power generation comes from. That's where all the energy we need to move from day to day comes from. Then we look at even more jobs for our people. We look at more revenue for us. And I personally am impressed by the confidence in that sector now. More and more players are coming into the sector. There are so many deals happening there in the billions of dollars. So that only signals confidence, and it means that the government of the day is doing something right. The numbers speak for itself. We're doing 800,000 barrels per day. At some point, we doubled that number last year, and on average, we did 1.4 million barrels per day. But there are some months that we hit the 1.6, 1.7 million barrels per day, and this year we are likely to hit the 2 million barrels per day because there are so many communities where there are conflicts that we've not been able to drill oil. And the president, with the office of the NSA and the state governor in Rivers State, so similarly Fubara, have been able to resolve that conflict. Now the communities are open to oil exploration to resume back on their land. So, and these are the things that we want to see. We've not seen any kidnapping, any protest, anything happen in that area in a very long time. So, I'll give it to the government. they are doing so many things right in terms of security, in terms of policy, and in terms of community engagement as well.
Okay. Now let's look at. He has talked about increasing efficiency in drilling and all that stuff. Now let's look at oil licensing. Last year, 2025, we had the big major stories of government coming out to say, hey, if you are not using the licenses we gave you, if you are not drilling it, we pull it. Now we are seeing this particular deal where a lot of oil blocks is part of this particular deal and buying, selling, acquisition, reacquisition. Then we're also seeing the federal government coming out and say, hey, we are starting another round of licensing. Where should our focus be? Nigerian companies, capacity, or those that have been drilling already?
It's a dicey one, but of course we should focus on Nigerians, local producers, local drillers instead of foreign companies, because the goal is for us ultimately to shoot beyond our OPEC quota, not just shoot beyond our quota, first of all fulfill local consumers, then we say, okay, we have a whole lot more that we can meet the OPEC quota. That's the minimum. And I think we should still maintain the status quo. If you are going to acquire a license, you must drill. You could be given a certain period. And after that period, if nothing, no activity is happening, then it should, because at the end of the day, what we should be aiming for is how to feed the economy, how to, reduce pressure on our FX, how to make sure that consumers at the end of the day, at least, because a lot of people complain about what am I benefiting from Nigeria. If this can be done right, of course, we are still talking about non-oil revenues. We are talking about reducing reliance on oil exports. So all in all, yes, I would say we should also look at the capacity of the local people, the ones that were given these licenses. Are they already, and the first topic we talked about banks that cannot even fund refineries. But with the recapitalization, if it's done right, if 3 or 4 banks can come together, fund a particular project to drill and all that, just like they did for the National Theatre and all that, I think we can achieve that $1 trillion economy.
Okay, we want more production. We're still talking about energy, and let's now bring it down to where it gets to me. Fuel distribution. Dangote Refinery are coming out and telling Nigerians, hey, we are supplying more, 64% more than we were doing before. Now, Nigeria domestic petrol supply from Dangote Petroleum Refinery and petrochemical has surged by about 64% to an average of 32 million liters per day, following operational improvement at the facility, according to the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Okay, after a fight, the rain came, and now we are having this particular data from DPRA's December 25 fact sheet. Now it shows that the actual average supply of premium motor spirit, that's PMS, reached 32.0 million liters per day in December, up from roughly 19.5 million liters per day in November. The increase marks one of the largest month-to-month gains since the refinery began phased operation at its $20 billion Lekki complex. Analysts are saying that the jump demonstrates the refinery's growing capacity to stabilize domestic fuel supply, reduce import dependency, and improve energy security. Now, observers are also noting that the sustained output could lower fuel scarcity. We don't have one for now. Stabilize prices, that's what we're looking at, and boost investors' confidence in Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector while supporting broader economic growth. Now, people, over time, this same agency has underreported what the refinery was producing. And the refinery said, okay, good. What you are reporting is what is leaving the refinery. You are not reporting what we have in the dumps that is being refined. Then the fights here, there, then Mr. Alhaji Farouk left. And now we are seeing a different kind of reporting. So is it possible for us to take out some bit of politics and let businesses thrive a bit? So that you that will go to the pumps to buy pump fuel will know that, okay, the people that are competing are making it better for us. And come later this year, other refineries are coming up. Who should we start believing right now? Should we start believing the government agency? or we should start believing Dangote, or we should just wait for the pump prices?
Everybody will believe the people, anybody that has receipts, people should come forward with their receipts. We cannot separate politics from business. If politics is not mixed with business, we will not be having the price of fuel that we have today. Mm-hmm. If politics is not mixed with business, the disgraced boss from the sector, all those information will not come out. ICPC will not have their job cut out for them. So we love the drama, we love the politics, as long as there is no disruption in the distribution of fuel, and as long as it results in better service and better prices and uninterrupted supply for the people. Because now everybody is now struggling to be in the good side of the people. Everybody is trying to be on the good side of history now. When people up there, when they align, the people suffers. So we like that they are at each other's throats right now, and that's why we can buy fuel for the price that we buy them today. Even the marketers have been forced to sell their prices. They claim they are selling at a loss, but we are happy that we're able to save some money in our purses. And exciting days ahead, when the new refineries come on board, I believe we are further going to see prices go down. And that is what we want to see. That is what concerns us as the people. So whether they fight, whether they air out each other's secrets, whoever has the receipts to prove this is what I'm producing, this is what they are producing, will believe. We don't trust anybody. We trust the prices that we are buying for, and we trust the uninterrupted supply of products. That is what we want.
Okay. This is like a direct trust issue right now. For the first time in a very long time, we did not see fuel scarcity in December. For the very long time. For the first time in a very long time, we didn't see fuel price increase in December. And for the very first time in the history that I can remember, we saw prices come down in December. What do you envisage for 2026 from this particular sector?
From this particular sector, if this is the kind of report we are getting right now, it shows that there's a bit of accountability in play here. People are now being accountable, trying to do what is right. I believe that Dangote is trying to, ultimately, he's a businessman, he's trying to make profit, he's also trying to, secure a whole lot of things, make sure that his business runs smoothly. That is all he has ever been asking for. With also the new players coming in, it will increase competition. We got the report, first of all, that the price of fuel outside Dangote's filling station was lower, and we were asking ourselves, then we got another report saying that, they partner with Dangote. And, I said it there also that Dangote should also ensure that these marketers actually do not sabotage his work in as much as they are getting it from him now. And I like the fact that, he's improving. Dangote is aiming for 2 million barrels, what we are also aiming for. He said it last year that that's what he's aiming for this year, 2 million barrels. And I believe that he will even, by this year or mid this year, he will aim higher. That's Dangote for he's trying to make sure. But we shouldn't all just rely on Dangote. It can't be the only one. We should also have other players, BOA and the rest of them. I'm also looking at aviation fuel, because that is another place we need to also sort out so that we can reduce airfares. But all in all, if every other thing goes, if everybody, the problem with certain people in Nigeria is we don't do things at the right time. If everybody does what they're supposed to do, we won't have problem. But because some people decide not to do it or decide to do it later or to play politics, that's why we are always here arguing and talking about here and there. But if everybody does what they're supposed to do, we're good.
If everybody does what they're supposed to do, then how will business thrive? Somebody has to
put spanner in the works.
Exactly. We'll go on a very short break, but remember, go to SOUQ News Television on all social media handles, all of them, and follow. it's very important you follow. We won't stop telling you this. Follow us. Like, comment, let's banter. Let's go there and talk beyond this particular table. Then also tell your friends, your neighbors, your co-workers. They should follow. Just click that follow button. We're going to a short break, and when we return, we'll talk energy.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jigs-breaking adventure to another another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one granted authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Welcome back. It's still SBL. Add the hashtag in front of it and it's SOUQ Business Landscape. Now let's talk energies. I'm here. Amin is here and the night itself is also here. Now let's talk energy investment. Nigeria electric vehicle. Yes, that particular market is set to grow stronger in 2026. Nigeria's electric vehicle market is poised for accelerated growth in 2026. Now, this is driven by rising fuel costs. Now, we don't support that. Supporting government policy. Yes, we say yes to that. And increasing private sector investment. Now, industry executives said on Thursday that this particular sector is going to make a whole lot of growth. EV distributors and assemblers across Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt revealed that customer inquiries more than doubled in 2025. Executives said that this indicates that 2026 could be a tipping point for broader adoption among private buyers and commercial fleet operators, signaling growing confidence in the EV sector. Analysts are also noting that improved infrastructure, tax incentive, and financing options could further accelerate uptake. Observers say that an adoption rise in Nigeria could see reduction in emissions, fuel imports, and operating costs for businesses, positioning for the country to benefit from global trends in sustainable transport while attracting both local and foreign investment into the emerging EV ecosystem. Okay, let's talk some facts on this particular table. Sorry, I'm going to have to look down. Dear Mukhtar, dear Olumide, 99.9% of the EVs, both assembly plant and everything, is China-based, Chinese-based. What value addition are we doing here in Nigeria?
Good question. Today we have 5 assembly plants in Nigeria for EV vehicles.
Okay.
Some Motors, Hyundai, Nord, and 2 others. So that is jobs, and that is good for our economy.
Okay.
So that is that. And in the world, last year, the new Chinese brand, BYD, outsold Tesla by 3 times. They sold 4.6 million units of their electric cars, while Tesla sold a little above 1 million. So BYD today is in Lagos. I've personally visited their showroom. Because showroom? Yeah, okay. They are not assembled here, but on their website, I discussed with the man in charge of the showroom. They are actually open to local investment for local assembly, but they've not been able to see people that have the investment and they align in terms of vision and what they are trying to do. Okay. But they are open to local assembly. In few African countries, they already have an assembly plant where they assemble BYD locally. And BYD is the market leader for EV vehicles in the world right now.
Okay.
So, and Tesla used to be the market leader and they used to be the postal brand for EV vehicles, but BYD has come up with affordable and more tailor-made vehicles. For example, Tesla don't make mass transit vehicles. BYD has mass transit buses, both the luxurious and the 18-passenger buses. They have more vehicles, there are more officials that government officials can use, banks can use for their executives, etc. And the local manufacturers like Innoson Motors, like Nord, they have various fleets, and we're already seeing them on our roads. Electric vehicles are now used as part of the BRT fleet in Lagos. As part of the lag ride fleets, there are so many electric cars as well. Both in Edo states, they have mass transit buses that are electric. In Abuja as well. So it's something that we need to embrace, even though we still need some emission to be able to charge it. Because if you look at it, you need electricity to charge it. Either the electricity from the national grid that is fired by gas, or electricity from your generator that is fired by petroleum products too. So we are just transferring the emission to either the generator or to the power generating plant. Either ways, we cannot do away with petroleum. It's almost impossible. That is what this civilization is built on. And it's going to take a lot to completely
knock out carbon.
Okay.
The night himself. We made a mistake over time when we had opportunities of making sure that diesel, petrol-powered vehicles were assembled here. Those that were assembled here initially, or those that were made here, we lost those industry.
The Peugeots.
The Peugeots, the Datsun, the Volkswagen, a lot of them, we lost a lot of them before the new brand of industry started cropping up. Now we are seeing the advent of electric vehicles. Some weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, Abia State government acquired a large number of EV cars from Coscharis,
buses, and they were giving free rides.
Some other state governors are also doing the same thing. Can we, from inception now, have a policy that says if they are not assembled here, they should not come in?
If they are not assembled here, they should not come in. People import cars. It's a big market.
That was a mistake. And we are still reeling from it till tomorrow.
So
a particular state government imported over 80 Toyota cars for, what's it called, traditional rulers.
Yes.
All came from outside this country.
Yes, our legislators too. They import their cars.
So is it possible for us to get this right from the onset and say, okay, good, at least the value addition should be nothing less than 60% in this country?
All right, Chooks, you remember we had this same conversation when I was asking you that how did BYD overtake Tesla? And you said good governance, a level playing ground. So if you want this possible, you have to create that level playing ground for these companies to be not just assemble, but to manufacture. Because that's where we should be heading for, not just assembly.
But let's just start from somewhere.
Okay, let's just start from somewhere. But they need a good level playing ground to be able to do this. We've heard so many times the story of Dangote and the cement industry. There was one president who called him and said, let's talk. I will make this thing easy for you to do business than importing. So the things that will make it easier to assemble or manufacture in Nigeria rather than import it is what the government should be looking at. That's the only way out.
So they can just call 5 of them and say, sit on the table.
Sit on the table. You know, soon the rest of them, how can we start to assemble? How can we produce this in mass? Buses, excuse me. How can we start to produce electric buses to reduce transportation, to reduce this? We are also, there's still electric trains in the pipeline.
Yeah, coming from China too.
Coming from China. And a lot of money we borrowed to do that.
Chinese money.
Exactly. So, I mean, I see a situation whereby until the government starts to look inwards, that how can we make this a level playing ground? Maybe impose more tariffs on cars coming in, even though, yes, that's another cartel that you have to fight.
That's been done. The tariff on imported cars today is high. I think it's the highest in our history. That is the highest in our history, and that is deliberate to encourage local manufacturers. Today, you can buy a made in Nigeria car.
For how much?
An SUV for as low as 30 million naira. That's the best you can get anywhere in the world. You cannot buy a brand new car for $20,000 SUV in America for $20,000. In Lagos,
$30,000, $40,000.
For brand new,
$40,000.
Exactly, but we are talking $20,000, and there is financing for up to 5 years.
In Nigeria here?
In Nigeria.
Okay.
Today.
Then why are governments not the first customers of this company?
So that's where we can come in. The Nigerian first policy should be embraced by our leaders, because that is our money. If you want to drive this economy, you cannot use our money. You cannot use the tax money to buy foreign goods. You have to invest it in job creation, and by buying Nigerian products, that's how you create jobs. Now, assembly plants, they are getting a lot of waiver on tariffs to encourage them. The government is already doing that. But Nigerians are not buying made in Nigeria car. Myself, I'm part of it. I don't drive a made in Nigeria car. I personally am making genuine efforts to start driving a made in Nigerian car, and I've been doing my own little research. I've been going to all the showrooms to find the ones that I'm going to settle for. And that is why I got into the conversation with BYD to say, are you assembly here? And they said they have the open policy. They are looking for partners that will do the investment. But they've not found, the people that they find, they have not been able to align in terms of vision and what they are trying to do. But they are very, very open to it.
I think another thing Nigerians always put into consideration is the second-hand value. Once a car doesn't have that second-hand value, Nigerians always shy from it. That's why the Japanese car is everywhere. It's flooded everywhere. One, the second-hand value. Two, the parts are also affordable. Those are things that are durable.
Is a myth. You see, the second-hand value thing is a myth. Is the creation of our own illusion.
Okay.
Second-hand value is just demand. So the same way you demand the Tokumbo is the same way you demand the second-hand. It's just pure demand. Okay. And with all the assembled in Nigerian cars that are visits, they are providing
after sales service.
Exactly. They are providing offers that is incomparable. Number one, if I buy a made in Nigeria SUV for 30 million naira, I'm getting 2026 technology. I'm getting the latest technology. That is one. Secondly, it's free service for 5 years.
5 years.
There is warranty for 5 years.
5 years.
You cannot get that anywhere. there's no Tokumbo car that you drive for 2 years that you not in this Lagos. If you drive it every day, you almost become the best friend to the mechanic. Me, personally, I have the policy of driving my car for 2 years and selling it off before it starts becoming problematic to get a new one. That is my own personal policy. So from my first car, my mechanic became like my body, like my speed dial person. Because of the roads, because of bad fuel, we can go on and on and on and on. So if a company with all the problems that we have, bad roads, sometimes bad fuel, can say, okay, we guarantee you 5 years. If anything happens, we take responsibility for it. Because it's assembled here, there's availability to their parts. So it's just a myth. We don't like, as Nigerians, we believe that company maintenance, car maintenance companies like the official people that fix car, we believe that they are expensive. So we run away from them. So we are looking for the roadside mechanic to fix our car. So these are some of the things that we are running from that. Oh, if I buy this brand new car, I have to continue to take it to this car shop that, quote and unquote, is corporate people, they charge you premium. And we don't want that. And our roadside mechanic are only used to the Japanese cars that we buy. But if we look at it holistically, it makes no sense. And if you look at this side of town, you begin to see a lot of these made in Nigerian cars. GAC, that is what the elites are buying now. Because if you look at the mass of it, if you take 30 million naira, you cannot buy even a 2020 car. There's no SUV you can buy that is 2020. You are probably buying 2016, 2017, 2015. And somebody is buying you 2026 technology. Not to forget that at the end of the day, what we are buying is the brand name. That is what we are investing in.
In as much as it's a good idea, but let's come down to Nigeria. Let's come down to how many people can actually afford 30 million currently right now.
I'm not asking every Nigerian to buy a car of 30 million. I am saying the people that are buying, the average GLE that you see in Lagos, that you see thousands of it, is about 60 to 80 million. And guess what? It is 2020, 2018 model. And somebody is selling you a brand new 2026 technology, the latest technology, for 30 million, 40 million. You save a lot of money.
50% of that.
Oh, that I'm not asking everybody to buy 10, because even the Japanese car, how many people is buying it? They are not cheap too. If you want to buy a muscle today, a muscle of 2008, which is about 18 years old car, is about 12 million, 30 million. So I'm saying you can buy a second-hand made in Nigeria car for that amount. That will be 2020. That cut you 10 years in half. If you are buying, I'm saying you buy muscle that is 2008 for 12 million. And you can buy a GSC SUV of 2020 for the same price, second hand, that the bank used for 2 years or 3 years that passed down.
But some of these cars, just to put it, some of these cars are driven because of status, the kind of respect you get.
That's what is an illusion of the mind. Okay, so now today, let me tell you, today, the president of Nigeria drives an Escalade. You know why? Yes. Because the president of America drives an Escalade. When they were driving it, guess what? It's not fun too. And there are people in power, they want to drive German cars too. The head of FBI just bought a BMW, and it's a big national debate in America that, no, you cannot drive a German car. So they want to drive the Benz too. They want to drive all these cars too. But because of the America first, that is why they are driving it. And because the office they hold is so powerful, it becomes a thing of prestige. Their citizens want to drive it too. Today, before Tinubu in 2023, how many Escalade do we see in Nigeria? The moment Tinubu started driving an Escalade, Naira Marley has an Escalade, Portable has an Escalade, KC has an Escalade. So I can count on and on and on. Now that brands become presidential, and that is what they call it, presidential car, because that is what Tinubu drives. Right. So if Tinubu is driving Innocent becomes that presidential branded car. So it's a thing of the mind, it's an illusion. In America, Ford, all these cars, that is what the police drive. That is what they use in their movies. Yes. And it becomes a brand. So branding is just marketing and positioning. If we don't do it, we will not wake up one day and Innocent will be big if we are not patronizing it. if we don't own it.
Oh, well, so maybe...
Ownership. We can't say think or buy Nigeria when our tax-paying money and those at the top are not doing the same. But we'll play our part here. So we advise and beg, dear presidency, dear governors, please, dear local government chairman, please, let's patronize major Nigerian goods. Now let's get to the marine economy. Blue Economy Summit partners with Converting for Safer Marine Transport. That's the Niger Delta Blue Economy Investment Summit has formed a strategic partnership with the Converting Marine to promote safer, more efficient, and climate-conscious marine transportation across the region. Organizers said this on Thursday. Now, the collaboration was formalized following a high-level meeting in Lagos between the summit's organizing committee and Converting Marine, aiming to address long-standing safety challenges on the Niger Delta's waterways while modernizing the sector. Officials said the partnership will accelerate the deployment of low-emission passenger vessels, improve operational standards, and support sustainable marine practices. Analysts also noted that enhancing safety and reducing environmental impacts could boost regional trade, passenger confidence, and investment in maritime economy, reinforcing the Niger Delta's role as a hub for sustainable transport and economic development in Nigeria. We are always of the full-time opinion, and we believe and will stand on this as long as these particular vessels have some input, value addition are made here, we are 100% for it. Sometime last week, the minister was saying, let's ban wooden boats.
Yeah,
I was saying, okay, good and fine. How many of these village people, how many of these real good wood carvers and canoe builders have access to fiber boats, can access or purchase fiber boats? But for every of the investment that we know that FX is not flying too much away from our shores, we are 100% support. Now let's talk about this other issue, digital assets. Oversight. Nigeria brings cryptocurrency transaction into formal tax system. For years, a lot of people were wondering and saying, okay, crypto is a safe haven. I think that is currently changing, and this is where we are saying kudos to the federal government. Now, cryptocurrencies are offered to Nigerians as a financial escape from currency control, inflation, and limited tax framework that is about to change. The era is ending in 2026 as the federal government moves to formalize digital asset oversight. Under the Nigerian Tax Administration, that's the Act NTAA 2025, all crypto transactions must now be linked to tax identification numbers. The National Identification Number, virtual assets service providers, including exchanges and brokers, are tasked with enforcing compliance, reporting transaction, and flagging suspicious activity. Okay. Let's stop this and go straight to the major news. For all exchange outside this country, tax is embedded right there in the exchange. For those in the US, for those in Canada.
Right.
So at what point in time did our people now wake up and know that they were supposed to have done this long time ago, and it's now looking like news?
From the time that they realized that crypto is not an apocalypse, it's not coming to end the world, because we're coming from a place where crypto was banned. So, and then we moved to where it was legal. Then we have now moved to where, okay, we need to tax it. So that is why we need more forward-thinking people and more visionaries in our government. Not to people that will not be scared of every new inventions. So this is very good. You know, a lot of millions and millions of dollars in transaction is done in that area, and we've been missing out the revenue on the capital gain. So I hope we'll not just be taxing all the transactions and only be taxing the profit.
The profit.
So that's the only thing. And I hope that, you know, crypto enthusiasts are following the laws and mounting pressures on their representatives to make sure that this law only allow the government to tax the capital gain on their transactions and on their portfolios. So, but it's a good one. We are getting there, even though we are about 6 or 7 years late, but better late than never.
Better late than never. Okay, if you remember during the Buhari administration, after the NSAS issue, okay, just during that same NSAS issue, then we had a lot of clampdown on used buying, sales, and a lot of crypto exchanges, because the particular government was of the opinion that that particular
cryptocurrency was funding the protest.
Was used as a means to fund the protest. Now, looking at policies, politics, and knowledge, because this is where the issue is, knowledge. Do you say that we are in a better place now, knowledge-wise and policy-wise, than where we are coming from?
I think we're still just testing the waters. We're just dipping our leg in the waters, because this is something that should have been done since yesterday. I mean, it's almost 4 to 5 years now before we're now coming to the realization that, oh, cryptocurrency works. I mean, during the former administration, people were claimed that it was banned. Police would stop you, be checking your phone to see whether you have any of the cryptocurrency platforms, and if they see that on your phone, I mean, you take it right down to their station and do the necessary thing. But now I like the fact that we have a digital currency. What's up with that? What's happening to that? Why is that not being encouraged?
I think Yemi Cardoso will answer that question very soon.
That's another way to go, because while we have our own, we should encourage people to trade with our own. That's one of the things that's buy Nigeria first. That's patronizing our own thing. Bitcoin did not just spring up from somewhere. Ethereum and the rest of them did not just spring up. At the point I was into, I had some investment in all those things. You understand? And now it's being used in countries to trade among each other. So that's where I see us going to. When it came out, people saw, for most people, it was like an escape from poverty, because, you wake up, your money might have doubled, or a little amount would have gone up. So for the youth, they saw it as a way of, investing in something that you would see it. You are seeing that it's rising, that it's going down, and every other thing you can buy more, you can do. So it was just that. But the Nigerian government, maybe lack of knowledge, when we don't understand certain things, we just resist it. Point blank. We don't try as much as possible to find out, do investigation, and what's this thing all about. And I think part of the reason was because nobody knew, when cryptocurrency came out, nobody knew who owns this particular thing, who controls it. That was part of the fears that made Nigerians feel that, oh, this thing. Then people were saying that it was used to launder money, it was used to fund terrorism. A whole lot of propaganda was spread, and that did not do us justice. It did a whole lot more harm to us than, But we are on the right path right now. I hope we would, try as much as possible to exploit and utilize it. Like I said earlier, on our digital currency, we need to also try as much as possible to promote that.
The e-Naira you're talking about?
E-Naira, yes.
Okay. We will also keep you informed of what's happening in that particular space and every new government policy as it affects us. Now, for us on this side, we want to see more of Nigerian businesses, banks to be precise, and also entrepreneurs and fintechs play in that particular space. The major exchanges are not Nigerian exchanges. Yeah, you heard us. And these exchanges are making millions on a daily basis. Some of them are billion companies, and some of them are also quoted. We want to see Nigerian and African companies play in that particular space. So please, government, we need policies that will support that particular sector. Now, let's get to our last story for today. It has to do with entertainment. It's a beautiful Friday. YouTube is reshaping Nollywood distribution. Now, it's also boosting revenue, and the reach of Nollywood distribution landscape is undergoing rapid change, with 2025 highlighting that cinemas, Netflix, and Amazon are no longer the only revenue channels for filmmakers. YouTube has emerged as a key alternative, offering direct access to millions of viewers while unlocking new monetization opportunities through ads, sponsorships, and subscriber engagement. Now, oil and industry experts say YouTube allows producers to bypass licensing deals and restrictive contracts, giving full control over content release schedules and marketing strategy. This flexibility is also very essential and valuable for independent filmmakers and small production houses seeking global exposure without high distribution costs. Analysts note that the platform algorithm-driven discovery and global reach can generate long-tail and long-time revenue streams and enhance audience interaction. Observers are saying that sustained success will deepen and depend on content quality, consistency, and engagement strategies, signaling a shift in Nollywood's economics as creators balance traditional revenue models with digital-first approaches to reach audience locally and internationally. We had a whole lot of movies that raked in over 10, 15, 20 million views in 2025. Yeah. Some did that in less than a week. Yes. But we still have this disparity when it comes to payments between Europe, American content providers and African, Nigerian content providers. But since it's not our platform, how can we complain?
It's not a question of if it's our platform or not. It's a question of the strength of our currency. Mm-hmm. Because the payment that creators get is based off of the adverts that is being placed on content. And the advertisers, they pay based on the strength of the currency. So, for example, if you want to advertise locally in Nigeria, whatever you're paying for $100, if you want to get the same reach in other countries, you probably pay like $1,000. And that is what is shared between the platform and the creators based on region. So if we want better earnings for our creators, we need to have stronger currency. And like the editor said in the news, YouTube is a leveler for everybody. Mm-hmm. So before now, we have industry gatekeepers. Before now, even recently, we've seen even major producers boycott some cinemas to distribute. Femi Adebayo, for example, his latest production, he could not reach a good agreement with cinemas operating in some of the urban states like Lagos and Abuja, and he concentrated on regional cinemas in mostly southwest states. And he was still able to gross close to $500 million. So, and he could have done more. Imagine the movie is in national cinemas, he could have done more. But there are so many politics. Before now, cinema operators, they give cutthroat deals to movie makers. Sometimes they take as much as 60% from the movies. So, but with YouTube alternative, we've had so many breakout successful producers. People like Omoni Oboli, even though she was doing very well in the cinemas, today she's one of the biggest makers on YouTube, and she's doing very well. Sometimes she does up to 100,000 views in 6 hours on some of her movies, and is a leveler. So the conventional standard, even for Netflix, even for Amazon, is that you submit your movie, some people sit down, they review it, and they decide if your movie can go out, if people can see your art. And a lot of emphasis is put in brand name. So it makes it difficult for us to have breakout stars. So because they are gatekeepers and they usually give opportunities to existing people, powerhouses. But with YouTube, you can shoot your movie with the phone and put it out, and people will decide if they want it or not, if they like it or not. But for example, Netflix will say, oh, it has to be shot this way, it has to be this camera,
certain type of
it has to be. So, and when you do that, it limits the art. Because art is supposed to be expression, creative expression. So, but when somebody is now saying, oh, it has to be like this, it defeats the purpose of art. So, but with YouTube, the only problem that YouTube have with you is we don't want nudity, we don't want certain, they have their community guideline that protect viewers, especially younger viewers, language, and other things. Once you can abide by those, general rule, which does not really limit your art, whatever you do, you put there, and the viewers will decide if they like what you've done, if they think it's genius or not. Not just 3, 4, 5 of us sit down and decide the fate of, a job that might take some people, it takes them 2 years to write a movie. It takes them even another 1 year to actually produce it. And 3 people will just look at it and say, oh, this is not good. And that's the end of a 3-year labor. With YouTube, you put it there. And we've seen even this big platform like Netflix, Amazon Prime, approach people that put their movies on YouTube to say, okay, can you make a second part, a part 2 for us, exclusively for Netflix? Can we fund this? Can you do a better version? And it's good for the industry.
Okay, that is a good take. Now let's get you. This is more like a final for us on SBL today. YouTube has given that particular platform where, just like he said, you could just put your work of art there and let the public decide if they like it or not.
Yes.
Cutting down a whole lot of monies that you should have used in advert and all that stuff. Although it's also advised that, hey, put some advert and let people know. Looking at the monies we made in Nigeria from different private quarters in 2025, what is 2026 going to look like?
It's going to be pleasant. It's going to be beautiful, lucrative. I remember my wife told me that we should watch a particular film. And I saw the film. It's by the Omoni Bully, and it was just 2 to 3 days, and I'm seeing 2 million views. I'm like, is this the new gold? Like, I saw it. It wasn't as if they told me. I saw it, 2 million views in just 3 days for a new film. And I started, watching her, not watching her movie, but studying the views. And I'm getting to find out that it's the new gold. YouTube has made it really, really easy for them. The brother Shaggies, all these other skit makers, they made a whole lot of money from YouTube. Most of their skits, they post just a preview on Instagram with a link that takes you to YouTube. So YouTube right now is the new gold for Nigerians. And I think, not just Nigerians, every other, but I think Nigerians should take a hold of it. It's a leveler. Basically a leveler, because you don't have to, because there's a whole lot of things going on in the cinema. There was a particular actress that came out, she went on live, she was complaining how these cinemas monopolize some of these films. What they do is they give you a certain screen that might not be visible. There's a way she made mention of so many things that they do to try and sabotage some certain movies that are being, premiered on their cinemas, and she was complaining a whole lot. But with YouTube now, and the good thing about YouTube is once you put your film on YouTube and register and they approve it, no other person can post that thing on any other platform.
And it keeps earning.
And it keeps earning. So it gives you that right. It takes away privacy on streaming. It gives you a whole lot of leverage. All that money comes directly to you. You don't have to share it with any other person. It comes, so far as you're the one who registered it.
As long as there are no music infringement and privacy infringement. And privacy infringement.
So I see it as a good thing. I believe that upcoming producers, movie producers can take a hold of this. They don't have to, wait for the $1 million project or the $200 million project and all that. They can actually shoot with what they have. Post it on YouTube. Nigerians go on YouTube now. And YouTube, sorry to say, might be taking over the terrestrial, because a lot of people are going to YouTube now to watch films, going to YouTube to watch programs. TV stations are going on YouTube. A whole lot of things. YouTube.
The All-Stars is going on YouTube.
The All-Stars is going on YouTube. So YouTube is really, they have their whole year cut out for them.
2026 promises to be a very, very good one. A whole lot of possibilities will be happening this year. And we, SOUQ News, we are in front of it and beckon on you. Let's do life together this year. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. It's been our pleasure having you from Monday to Friday. I want to say thank you very much to the crew that has made this possible, right from the MCR to our guys behind the cameras, to the editors. I want to say thank you very much to Victor, who is our associate producer. Thank you. We'll do this again next week, but before that, do have yourself a beautiful weekend and be your brother and your neighbor's keeper.
It's been a pleasure staying with us. Friday reminds us it's like a sort of reward for all the job done over the week, but let's be a good citizen. Let's enjoy our weekend. I am Olumide Shogoya.
Amin.
Thank you for joining us up to this time in this program. The last Super Eagles match with Morocco has turned into a tribal banter on social media. Let's refrain from tribal bigotry. We are one family in Nigeria. Stay blessed. Have a great weekend.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work and hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, SOUQ Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. SOUQ Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, SOUQ Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. SOUQ Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa, Khadija, Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku, Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS Foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is, going back to answer your question,
But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, she can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time. because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant, because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, we were trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress. How would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sickler. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, base of criticism here, there. To shoots without here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information, and he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson, and we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague, who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadebo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That host happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa, about 21 stations. And now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anike Agbadi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Roboman, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster, and you wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radije do and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First SOUQ. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there, still alive, let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's not call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things. So Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much, and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things. Things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wode Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere, I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight, that wasn't really what happened. And that, it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I with due respect, I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board, but I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts of if there had been, there have been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question he's asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer. which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members by late Auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, Commodore of their Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into Porda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family would not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who's being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at night to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone to, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, because I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our chief, Folami Koka, was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Obaoyekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Etiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over. At that level, if they want to go and attend a meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you will have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not. I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because... No. I don't want... I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous. They come out looking beautiful. But their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they will be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who is my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. You know, he sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, you know, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I said the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chickpea pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when chickpea food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people lived well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust back in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talent, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the book she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to know that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Lukbeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye and Didi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika. city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17 May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Furs, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then, upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion. In 2005, during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with SOUQ Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IOTO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope, and trust in the future, he could plunge ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, this dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and base revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains, philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, Choiseul, based in France, topping the ranks of the Choiseul 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch or Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Penny, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Ego remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Ego, Charles Sanomi.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chelle going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we are still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough. But I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abete, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money. From telcos and from the brewing industry, they made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, where would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here, we are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Xenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Xenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Xenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobil Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Xenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic and Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Xenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Gerugu Power, sold down a Gerugu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadi were used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interest invests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arcland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Displacement does not begin with a journey. It begins with a moment, a knock on the door, the sound of gunfire, the silence after a flood, the decision to flee with nothing but your children and your name. In that moment, a home is lost, but so is something deeper: trust, stability, dignity. Across Africa and beyond, millions have been forced from the lives they knew, not because they wanted to leave, but because staying became impossible. They are called refugees, internally displaced persons, statistics, and name it. But behind every label is a human story: a teacher without a classroom, a farmer without land, a child without certainty, a mother forced to start over with no guarantees. Today, we are not just talking about survival, we are talking about what comes after survival. What does it truly mean to rebuild a life? How do you restore trust after systems fail? And how do you return dignity to people who have lost everything except their will to live? My name is Omevi Idolor, and this is Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. And I'm not alone. I am here with my favorite person, as he loves to be called, Emmanuel Amodu.
It's not how
Hello,
I love
Emmanuel.
to be called. It is what I am. I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, it's who I am. It's who I am. Like, put it like that,
Okay.
yes. Hello, Lagos. Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Hello, Omevi. It's the curtain closure for the week.
Yes.
And what a way to close it. We need to spotlight these people. We need to spotlight this conversation, because at the end of the day, every human life counts, especially in Africa. And irrespective of where you find yourself, we need to show that there is hope in everything that you do. I think 2 days ago, we had somebody from Uganda, Mr. Meni, who said he had been in a refugee camp since he was 7. Was it 7 or 10?
Yes.
And he had grown to become an ambassador. From being a refugee, now he helps communities to upskill with his ideas, with his person. And what that showed us is, irrespective of where your past has been, you can still become something. And it just means, or it just shows that the potential can still be there and does not need to die.
Yeah, you really don't need to die, you know. There's survival. But how do people survive those tough moments is what really counts. And, you know, instead of just looking at the immediate need, because that's where our conversation centers on today, instead of just focusing on, okay, there's displacement right now, what can we do now? All they need is food, shelter, and all that. And that's all people think about, but it has to really go beyond that. And that is what our conversation is this morning. So this is not a conversation about charity. It is a conversation about justice, responsibility, and shared humanity. Because rebuilding displacement affected communities is not only about shelter and aid, it is about giving people back their future. We'll go on this quick break, and when we return, we'll be coming with our amazing guest who will be telling us much more about survival, about displacement, and how to move on with life. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to our YouTube channel at The Just Africa Show. So on today's episode, we're joined by someone working directly on the front lines of displacement response and community recovery. He is Philip John. He is the founder and executive director of the Care Aid Support Initiative, a grassroots organization working with internally displaced persons, persons with disabilities, women, and youth across displacement-affected communities. Philip's work focuses on dignity-centered humanitarian support, inclusive development models, and community-led rebuilding efforts. Through CASI, he has seen firsthand what works, where systems fail, and why trust between displaced communities and institutions remain fragile. His perspective brings us closer to the lived realities behind displacement statistics and to the practical pathways towards sustainable recovery. Welcome to Just Africa, Philip John.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm excited to be here with you today.
All right. Okay, so let's go straight into the conversation. Your work places you directly among some of the most vulnerable people in the society. What was the moment that made this work personal for you?
Okay. So first of all, I would like to commend your efforts on not as just a digital space, but as a powerful agent of information and change as well as advocacy. So it is personal for me because I've experienced displacement. I've been displaced, particularly from Borno State. And then displacement is you leaving your particular home to, somewhere just to seek refuge. So it is particularly a concern to me to see how I can basically extend, what I feel and then how we can even do it better. So my work is basically to see how I can save life, just as mine has been saved, and also to see how we can reduce suffering, protect human dignity, especially during emergencies, such as, a conflict or any natural disaster, as well as, in all displacement. So this is so personal to me, and I target like people helping people.
That's beautiful.
I know that, from your own experience, you can tell the pre, the during, and then the posts of being in a refugee camp or a displaced community. Share your experiences about somebody who has suddenly found themselves in a displaced community. Share some of those experiences with us.
Okay, so first, just as you've mentioned, I've been, displaced. I was living, in a good life, living in your shelter, eating with peace, and then, set of people coming, displays, conflicts between communities, predominantly where I was coming from is Maiduguri, and particularly the conflicts there, which is, globally known and everywhere, is the Boko Haram. So living in your house and then, running away from your house, there are two different experiences, like, sleeping on the bed and then not sleeping on the bed. And then here you are being experienced of both sleeping and then not sleeping on the bed. And then you're coming out to tell the world that, yes, those people that, it can be you that you're sleeping now today in your house and then tomorrow you'll be displaced. And then it's okay for you to see how, you can give back to those people that doesn't have basically voice in order to air out their needs, particularly those people that don't have relatives, those people that are most vulnerable, those people that cannot be seen. So it is actually not a good experience, I would say. But for me, it is a good experience because that has re-engineered and also shaped, my understanding in terms of, displaced population, what the experience is, the psychosocial support they needed, and then, some set of people that have been neglected, from all the humanitarian and then developmental planning, as well as, voicing out and, their needs. So particularly, it's not really good, but it's good that I experience, and then I'm ready to give it back to the community in terms of protection, in terms of, support, and in terms of advocacy through whatever platforms. Yeah.
So what do people witness when they are in a displaced community, right? I know you told us pre-entering it because nobody expects that. But when you now find yourself inside, how is life typically in a displaced community like?
So in displacement or during displacement, life is always hard. You only get what has been provided or what is given to you, right? So today in your house, you can come up and decide to cook what you want to eat and decide to sleep. You decide when to do things. But then when you are displaced, you only get when people or when intervention or when humanitarian or when government responds and bring, relief materials or aid supports to you. So, it's life is, highly dependent than, being independent the way we were before. Yeah. So it's not really, favorable at some point. And then in some cases where, Nigeria, most especially like this natural, man-made disaster or displacement, you can't have, access to going somewhere in order for you to work and to get or to be self-reliant, like bush, you can't go to the farmland because there are highly insecurity there. If you want to promote yourself, you can't do that. But the only option you have is to be in camp, to expect what humanitarians, what NGO, what UN, and what foundations will basically bring to you. So it's highly dependency than the other way it has always been. So this is a situation during displacement in terms of living where your comfort zones are. Yeah. So these are experiences that over 2 million displaced population are actually facing in Nigeria currently, and mostly in the northeast part of Nigeria, and then, this displacement, instead of it to be a kind of, a short-term or temporal, disruption that we will understand, but then families have been displaced, multiple times. So today, if there are efforts to relocate people back after a short, displacement, again, you see another attack today, attack coming tomorrow. So instead of it to be like a temporal thing, it's becoming a long-term condition, which is not really good. And then there are critical, things that have been neglected in terms of these things. So it's not really a good experience, but when you don't have option, you just have to be in that situation.
Okay. Yes. Oh, so John, displacement is often framed as the loss of homes. That's the general definition from displacement. So from your experience, what is the most overlooked loss displaced people suffer?
So practically, there are a lot of things that, people, tends to overlook. And this is practically what IDPs or displaced population are basically facing in Nigeria. I call it the moment of accountability. Now, let's take a look at this. a lot of UN agencies, a lot of INGOs has been, supporting due to the availability of resources that they have within, the organizations and so on. But then with the current, change, the funding cuts by US, and then the reduction of, funding by donors, I will tell you that a lot of families are facing harsh realities. You understand, during emergency, they normally get emergency food, emergency shelter, emergency this, emergency that. So, but now, that there are no money, no donors, and then NGOs are actually exiting due to the realities are setting in, lack of livelihood. These are things that were being overlooked, and then lack of access to basic education, lack of health care, and then poor shelter conditions. These are realities that people are. In fact, even social exclusion and stigma. These are things that were being overlooked, and then displaced population are facing. So sometimes, without long-term support, people are being pushed to more of dependency, and people are being pushed to a lot of exploitation, and people are being pushed to, negative coping mechanism. Okay, just imagine now, if you are in camp, and then let's say organization A is supporting with food, and then organization A is no more here to support you with food. Of course, there are a lot of things that were being overlooked. Now, organization A, while supporting you with food, is supposed to incorporate a kind of long-term sustainable, probably while giving you food, he should be able to build your skills, giving you, some micro grants, or skill acquisition programs that will help you sustain yourself if he's not here. But then, now that he's not here, what will you do? Negative coping mechanism. You end up seeing, there are a lot of cases where we record, where people or, women are going, negative coping mechanism in order for them to sustain themselves.
Yes.
And also parents sending their children to hockey, which is very, very bad. Yeah. So these are things that were overlooked. So it's good that we ensure that we don't overlook such things in terms of, doing most of our emergency response. So focus on, yes, providing relief at the beginning of the emergency, but then also incorporate a long-term durable solution.
All right, so I like the fact that you said we should look beyond the immediate needs now. Okay, so how can these humanitarian services, those rendering the services, the organizations and the NGOs and whomever that is involved that is providing these humanitarian services, how can they design their programs to fit beyond that moment? Is there something they need to do or they can do to enable these people to look beyond the moment? Let's just rescue them for just this period of time.
Okay, perfect. So I'll use example with the organization I'm currently, Care Aids. So majority of people overlooked community engagement, all right? So at Care Aid Support Initiative, we prioritize as a model to us community engagement. Okay. We prioritize inclusive and gender-sensitive programming. So we ensure that community are being engaged from the inception of our program design. We ensure that all parts of community, women, youth, children, persons with disability, all, gender, across all, we ensure that they participate in our programming. So we design intervention that consider what? Accessibility, that consider inclusion, that consider dignity for all, not just for the majority. Okay, just because we have majority of people that, they can see, they can walk, they're okay. We don't prioritize them, but we prioritize everybody across all, gender, diversity, age, and whatsoever. So I feel these are, things that we should prioritize that will also promote sustainability, and then it will promote, ownership. That today, if you're not here, IDPs or displaced population will be able to sustain by doing such things that they have learned, from you.
So how does human dignity now play a huge part in ensuring that these programs do not fail?
Sorry, how does what?
Human dignity. Because you did mention it while you were responding a few seconds ago, that dignity was important. So how important is it to ensure that the program or the aid that you are bringing does not fail?
Okay. So human dignity is very important and is a very good component of humanitarian response. For humanitarians or NGO within the humanitarian space, so I'll use two terms here. There are humanitarians outside the humanitarian space, and then there are humanitarians within the humanitarian space. When I mean within the humanitarian space, I mean those that are being coordinated by the UN, that is the OCHA, Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. We are guided by humanitarian principles. And then those, outside the humanitarian are guided by, whatever policy, whatever principles they have. But I would recommend for you to be within the humanitarian space because dignity is important to us. Dignity is about respect, in one word. Treating all people with respect. So it is expected that, you should treat people even when you are giving them, intervention with respect. So those outside humanitarian space focus on keeping people alive. But for us within the humanitarian space, we focus on keeping people alive and also how they live.
Okay.
All right? So, dignity-centered response not only, respects people, but then it empowers people to build their lives with confidence and purpose. So that is why dignity matters and is very important in terms of, providing, humanitarian response.
So how do we get, these people who provide the interventions, humanitarians as well call it, how do we begin to make them see beyond just giving aid? Because it's kind of easy if anybody just comes and donates something and then walks away. How do we ensure that there's a bit of continuity beyond just that aid that you give? Yeah.
Okay, so, most of, if I get myself, probably whenever I get myself in seminars, in trainings, and in conferences, I always, make emphasis on looking beyond just providing, the relief, the aids, You should look beyond, of course. People that are being displaced, or vulnerable people are actually under a temporal, situation. So you should look beyond not just providing a temporal response to them, because of course one day they will be out of there, and one day that vulnerable person would be something else in life. So to NGOs or to humanitarians, looking beyond, just the relief means, shifting from provision, shifting from providing assistance packages to more of empowerment.
Okay.
So it means also, it means from dependency to self-reliance.
Yes, yes.
So practically, this is just like telling you to invest in people's capacity so that they can sustain themselves and contribute economically and socially. So this will help. This include, access to livelihood that I mentioned earlier, skill acquisition, training, education, providing psychosocial support to displaced population and also to vulnerable, community.
Are these things common in some of the? Exactly. I don't know how many you've been in, but are they common decimals that you see when you go to these displaced communities? Do you see them regularly?
Who?
These. Skill acquisition, teaching them to not be dependent over time. Is it a system that you see in most of the displaced communities that you have been to?
Okay, so I would say for now is that, they are improving actually.
Okay, they are improving. They're not
yeah, they are improving because the reality is setting in. So I happen to be part of, a lot of donor engagement, having meeting with a lot of donors, and then the donors we are tired of giving you money to be doing the same thing. What can you do better? You understand? So donors are saying, what can you do better? So it means that they want you to come with a long-term solution. It means that you have to move from providing, temporary shelter solution to more of, long-term shelter solution. It means that you're to, reduce giving food, but then provide capacity building, provide micro grants so that people can, and then with proper monitoring mechanism in place, and then for people to, become self-reliant.
Okay, I want to ask, When humanitarian organizations come around to say, yes, we arrange services, we want to support, especially at the moment the incident just happened, how long do they really stay to render those services?
So I would say as long as there's durable solution. Now, there is no design, time frame for humanitarians to be around because it comes in phases. During emergency, probably if you're experiencing any attack in community A, humanitarian comes in towards, first of all, to evacuate you. Or probably if you run away from that particular place, they come to help you out. And then from there, they provide a space for you to stay. Spaces like camps, camp-like settings and all of that. And then they will continue providing services for you. And also, while you are in the camp, should in case the government announces that there is an improvement in security, and then they decided to close the camp, they will ensure that, okay, while you go back to your community, humanitarians will also go there, but then all these phases were informed by different, kind of interventions. So during displacement, we'll give you emergency support. And while you are in the camp, we are giving you emergency support, and then we are building your capacity. So while you're out of camp, we ensure that we provide, developmental activities, project, and all of that. So it has no time frame until you attain to a level of, self-reliant and independency before they were like, okay, this is good for now. We can move to other, places.
Okay, you said when they are out of camp, when the government feels, or those in charge feels that, yes, these people are safe at this point. So when they are out of camp, where do they go to?
Okay, very beautiful question. So they go back to where they come from. So just
like that.
And the sad reality is that some don't even go back. Some, they from there they move, they go forward. Let me tell you some example. There are people that where they were displaced and then they came to Maiduguri. This is a practical example that happened. From the village and they came to the city, Maiduguri, and after they experienced, the life there, and then government decided to close down that particular space, that particular camp. An estimated number refused to go back to the village. They decided to stay in the city, and then some decided, some decided to even travel to Lagos, Abuja to go and continue, sourcing for livelihood.
Okay,
they don't want to go back there.
Why I'm asking is this. For instance, let's use insecurity as an instance. Now, we said insecurity made them to run away from the community. And when you close the camp, they have to go back to that same community. Has security personnel been put in place to ensure that that incident does not repeat itself? Or you just feel the government feels it's safe? Now, the people are no longer there, so you can go back there. What if they strike again? You open another camp?
Yes. So, these are questions that I would recommend one day we have some, government colleagues here to respond. So, my perception of displacement are not limited to only, attacks and all of that. There are a lot of things like economic instability. These are drivers to displacement. You understand? And you and I knows that there are governance failures also, which also contribute. So I would just while I say on the economic instability, we are looking at high increase in cost of living, rising inflation, unemployment and poverty. You understand? So this also is a driver that makes a lot of families to migrate from most of the rural areas to the urban centers. Example, I will not say other states that people are moving from, but I will say states that people are going to, like Lagos and Abuja. people are going to those places in search of jobs, and even people are even moving across borders due to lack of economic opportunity.
Yeah.
So coming down to responding to, what you mentioned about, why are they not going back, or why they are going back? What if are there like, full confirmation that security is restored? I assume we all know this, but I will limit my contribution to how it leads to displacement, because in Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa, I must tell you that communities are still being attacked, and then with little protection from the states. So you could just go and then, like Chibok, you still go to Damboa, you still go to, some part of those places, you hear attack here, attack there, but these are places that people have been, relocated back. So, it's actually a failure, and then it's an opportunity for addressing and managing, all those, and providing more protection from the state. But like I said in the inception, there are multiples, families have been displaced multiple times. Attack today, they go to the camp and then come back, attack tomorrow. So it's making the whole thing a long time rather than temporary, like I said earlier. So, there's a lot of opportunity in addressing, insecurity, to ensure that people relocated and then they remain permanent in those locations without, fear of any, attack or any threats.
All right, Mr. Philip. Your initiative, CASI, that's the Care Aid system. Are there models that you people use that others don't and they can learn from? The ones that have been successful for you over the years?
Okay, so let me be honest with you. Models are basically open to a lot of people. They have the best practices. Sometimes, there are factors that, that made those best practices not being attended to.
Okay.
Those factors, you know them in other sectors. But for us, Care Aid, community engagement is key. This is a model that we put in place to ensure that you're part of the planning from inception. You're included, in all the program cycle, from planning to implementation to evaluation and all of that. So this is something I would like to, recommend to people, to ensure that while you're planning a program, ensure you involve the community. Let it be a real evidence base from the community. I cannot dictate what you want. I've seen a situation where communities were not involved in, in all the programs and all of that. So the concerned agency is bringing rice to the community, and the community really wants beans, and, So the community decided that, okay, no problem, you're giving us rights because you did not involve us to know what we want, all right? So it's okay. So whenever they give the rights, once that agency is turning back, leaving the camp, those communities are going to the market to sell them.
I get it.
Yeah, and why are they doing that? Because they want to sell probably half bag of rice in order to get Maggi, in order to get salt, in order to get other things. So it's good to engage the community, even, when you're planning, when you're carrying out assessment, those assessments are going to inform the needs that you intend to address. So inclusive programming, gender sensitive is very important, and participations of all target beneficiaries. When I mean all, I mean youth, women, girls, and elderly, persons with disability, and all of that. So it's very key that I recommend you do that. You design your intervention that consider all those, gender, and then all those sectors that will address. So it's very key for us at Care Aid. This is what we do, and then we are informed. We are people-centered. We are informed by the needs of the people. We don't assume. We ensure that you tell us, and from there we provide. And at the end of the day, once we provide, it will be impactful because we'll not see you in the market.
Yeah.
You're very right. There's this I don't know how to call it, but it often happens, right? When you try to use a mediator, and then the mediator now becomes the god, in the sense that, for example, if I'm an NGO that wants to come to a community, and then there's a language barrier. I can't speak the local language, but I want to get a feedback. And I get a translator. who perhaps maybe like the local chief or the local council or the local leader. Then he says, oh, bring these things to me. But sometimes it never gets to the end users. How do we fix that part of the problem? Because it exists a lot. Sometimes your intervention does not get to the end user.
So you know, that also is a big gap, just as you've mentioned. Sometimes, you know, cultural sensitivity, you know, and then there are a lot of things that people overlooked, basically, which is part of it sometimes in terms of, you know, communicating clearly, you know, what you intend to do. So it's really key sometimes in terms of, you know, having even translations. You know, I've seen, you know, people that doesn't understand Hausa. It's, you know, I mean, this thing is practically there. It's just for you to ensure that you follow them accordingly, not that you just assume them and then you just tick all the boxes and then go. No, you will still have issues. So there are things that you need to ensure that you have them. Like coming down to North, you need to get somebody that speaks their language. You need to get, you know, incorporate part of the team, like people that will be there in order to interpret what you're saying and then for them to better understand. And you know, there are a lot of things that you need to put in place. You need to consider that will really help in terms of ensuring that your program is, or your intervention is more of, you know, impacts to the community. So these are realities that we shouldn't overlook them during our interventions.
So if you're a mediator, the person in between, because you say get somebody who will help you translate and everything, but if your mediator becomes the problem, how do you fix it?
This is a big problem. So if the mediator is a problem, you change it, basically, because you don't need to compromise.
Okay.
It's either you change it or you build the capacity of that mediator to understanding what you really want, and then the objective, the goal, and then the expected outcome. You understand? So and then you train that person, like, you know, all those things. But otherwise, if it's the problem, these are, you know, things that are happening. These are things that are happening. So the mediators have experience, you know, real time, where we had people that, you know, are in between those, you know, displaced population. So whatever we do is totally different. That is, you know, reaching out. Intervention practically, once you intend to give like 100 women with dignity kits, you know, sometimes the mediator will like go there and give 50. Or once you spell out the criteria, you know, we want women, and then these are the women categories of women we want: vulnerable, pregnant, lactating mothers, breastfeeding mothers, and all of that. He might just go and get some people in order, you know, to benefit for his own selfish interest. So that we identified, and then we ensure that one of the key things that we put in place is for us to work with a mediator, it has to be vetted by the community member. Trust.
Okay.
So there has to be trust building. Yeah. Okay.
So apart from mediators, there are organizations that have also let some of those people down, that have crashed their trust. Some of these displaced people can't even trust some of these organizations. So many displaced people have lost trust in institutions and leadership. So how do you begin to rebuild trust where it has been broken? Especially, this is not the in-between now, end to end. How do you rebuild that kind of trust?
Okay, to be honest, yes, there are organizations that, there are broken promises, there are lack of transparency, there are corruption. This we can't say it doesn't happen, and then sometimes once you promise a long time, or once you promise something, and then you just come with a short-term intervention, which has damaged trust over time. So these are things that do happen once you promise, but according to the humanitarian principles or guidelines, we don't promise. We don't promise you. We ensure that we are informed by our programs of what support, and then we ensure that we communicate clearly. So part of the recommendation for all those broken promises, lack of transparency, corruption, and all of those things that are happening is to ensure that you have proper monitoring mechanism in place, strong accountability mechanism in place, And you're supposed to ensure that over time you include. I'll keep on making emphasis on including, community or those displaced population in every phase of your program. I target nothing about us without us. All right? Yeah. Whatever thing that you want to do about us, it has to be with us. Otherwise, nothing about us without us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Nothing about us without us. That is involving the community and everyone, carrying everyone along. Okay, so Philip, we'll go on this quick break, and when we return, we will have this conversation take it to the next level. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Under the bay, oh, 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 under the baobab tree, where shadows bend, the earth whispers tales.
Human rights are a fundamental and universal entitlement belonging to every person by birth, designed to ensure dignity, freedom, and equality regardless of race, nationality, or status. These inalienable rights form the very core of global governance. International human rights law, founded upon the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR of 1948, establishes the binding obligation of government to protect these freedoms. A key success of this universal framework has been the continuous expansion of its legal body to protect vulnerable groups, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. This universal commitment forms the basis of this year's International Human Rights Day theme, Our Everyday Essentials, which seeks to reaffirm these principles not as abstract concepts, but as the practical foundation people rely on daily. Despite the strength of this legal foundation, challenges in implementation and new complexity result in an uneven global landscape. Millions are facing a critical lack of access to basic needs such as food, water, health, education due to persistent poverty and entrenched inequality. Recent World Bank estimates indicate that approximately 817 million people are currently facing extreme poverty, underscoring the severity of this implementation gap. Rapid advances in technology and digitalization also present novel hurdles concerning surveillance and privacy. Digital access, essential for modern civic participation, saw significant disruption in 2024 with 296 instances of internet service disruption, highlighting the growing threat to digital rights. This challenge is compounded by weak governance and the widespread persistence of armed conflict. These elements undermine fundamental rights by fueling instability and violence, often perpetuated by a lack of accountability for violations. The devastating impact on civilian life remains profound. The United Nations recorded a sharp 72% surge in the loss of civilian life in conflict zones in 2023, coupled with a record high of over 120 million forcibly displaced persons by the end of 2024. The human rights framework faces compounding issues such as climate change, which threatens the rights to life and health through environmental degradation. This has created a hazardous environment for advocate, with environmental human rights defenders facing substantial risk to their personal safety. Navigating a fair and constructive way forward requires key action across key primary fronts. Strengthening social safety nets through the establishment of universal social protection floors is vital to close the inequality gap and safeguard essential economic rights. Enhancing accountability is paramount. The international community must increase support for mechanisms that investigate and prosecute serious violations of humanitarian law, thereby countering impunity and restoring the rule of law. Also, the protection of civic space must be prioritized by regulating the digital sphere to ensure strong privacy rights and by enacting specific legal safeguards that protect activists, journalists, and human rights defenders from attacks, allowing them to perform their essential work without fear. Ultimately, ensuring human rights remain an ongoing commitment that demands measurable action over rhetorical assurance. By reinforcing the UDHR's principles through strategic investment in social protection, accountability, and the safeguarding of civic and digital freedoms, the global community can successfully transition these values from legal ideals into the everyday essentials that defines a life of dignity, freedom, and equality for all people. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News TV.
And the rules hold the reasons why.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa on our YouTube channel. We're still having this robust conversation on survival, talking about displacement of people and communities and how they survive their lives after that moment. And we'll be having this robust conversation with Philip John, who is still standing by to give us more insight on the topic. Hello, Philip. Are you still there?
Yeah, I am.
All right, thank you for staying tuned. Okay, so I want to ask, partnership, or no, even before we talk about partnership, we're talking about your organization now, CASI, yeah? So, what motivated you to establish that organization?
Okay, so I think in a quick response is my passion to serving humanity and also ensuring that people without voice, their voice have been heard. Because there are a lot of people in critical humanitarian situations that can't speak. But being an experienced person and being somebody that has first line experience, that prompts me of give birth in me the humanitarian passion to helping people basically. So it's something that is inbuilt, and I feel everyone has that humanitarian part of him. However, I feel like to help those that are in need and to help those. So this starts long way from school, seeing people, how do you support people that doesn't have things to do. So I felt it has grown over time to the reality of people being in a situation whereby it is not their will, it is not their fault. They have no ideas, system failures and all of those things. So I felt it's important that we work together to see how we can support those people, as well as making advocacy to improve the system. towards, attaining stability in the society as well as the country at large.
I like the fact that, I mean, you're helping people, and of course you just want to help, make yourself offer services. You shared something on your social media page, like mistakes that NGOs should avoid this year, about 7 of them. Can you run us through that? I mean, let more people get to hear it.
NGOs should what?
The mistakes that NGOs should avoid in 2026. You mentioned some of them on your posts on social media. Can you share some of them with us so that at least the message is clear and, of course, resonates to more people?
Okay. So one of it is NGOs should avoid, assuming, right?
Okay.
Don't assume. You need to go there and get first-hand information, about, the needs that you intend to do. So, and also NGOs should avoid, having, you must do a lot of things in terms of, doing, okay, you want to do multi-sectoral approach. Stick to one purpose. Okay. What do you aim to achieve? You should be able to, stick to it. You want to respond to this, you want to respond to that. No, stick to one. And then you should be able to have a clear vision as an NGO. Okay. What is your vision? What is your mission? What do you aim to achieve? So you should avoid such things. And then you should avoid, when it comes to, thinking about the needs of people, thinking about data, you will just see, no, you should avoid doing those things. So those things are really bad from experience, what we saw, from NGOs that assume, NGOs that cook data, NGOs that don't have evidence-based, first-hand information. So you should avoid those things. You should be real. And, you can start small as an NGO, start from what you can do, the community sensitization, you can start that. You must not, like I mentioned always on my social media, you must not register your organization before you can proceed to. Now I'm talking about, to, new impact builders and people that intend to go into charitable, responses. You should be able to clearly define the gaps, identify what gap you want to solve, the problem, and come up with your own, solution. At the end of the day, you're doing it, soft component of it, and also, if donors turn to you and then you're putting all your house in order, you have all the requirements, they will come in and support you. I started for over 2 years without, any external support. And also there's a criteria. So I kept doing what I was doing, supporting people, showing up, communicating to them and ensuring that I've built trust with them. And then through those little, I was able to understand that, these are the real needs of people. And I was able to approach some donors, and excitedly, donors supported. And then we've responded. And from there, we started building trust between them. Okay, really, this is it. So you should start small. Don't make it big. So you should be able to avoid these things. Don't assume, don't think on our behalf. No. Involve us. Like I said earlier, there is nothing you can do about us without involving us. So let there be clarity, let there be, consistency, and let there be, objective, what you aim to achieve at the end of the day.
Okay, so why is it that there are some that will still tick all the boxes? Yeah, they done all the checks, they prepare themselves well, position themselves in trade, and yet some of them still struggle. What could cause that, or what could be leading to that?
Sorry, why is it that, please, can you be a bit
So why is it that some NGOs, they still struggle, despite the fact that they've done some of this groundwork that you have advised them to do? Some are still struggling. Why is that so?
Okay, there's an external factor, there's an internal factor, all right? Okay. You might be doing it well, the community engagement, the project, the program implementation, and all of that, you might be doing it well. But then, there are checklists. I am a donor, I want to give you my money. I understand that, okay, I've seen you, visible on social media. I've seen you that you're doing an excellent job. And then, okay, I decided to reach out to you. A lot of people are struggling because, number one, the internal factor. Do you have an internal control system? If today I give you $1 million, how would you be able to manage it? So these are the realities that NGOs need to focus on. I've rolled out a mentorship session that I think I will be carrying out to, NGOs, those people that are stuck on the realities and my experience. So from experience, I've worked with the international organization, I've worked with the UN, and I've engaged in a lot of donor conversation, a lot of due diligences, and we are experienced. So I want to give it back to the community freely so that they will understand that aside from doing the good work, being visible on social media and then, promoting your work, you need to fix your house in order. You need to be recognized by Nigerian government if you're in Nigeria or in Africa or wherever you are. You need to ensure that you are legally registered, or otherwise nobody will do business with you. You need to be an NGO that have physical presence. You don't need to be carrying your NGO in the car or NGO on social media or on your status. No, you need to have a physical presence should in case somebody wants to come to you. You need also to ensure that you have all those policies that are guiding your work. You need to have a finance policy that speaks a lot about your financial control and management. A lot of people, probably because even me, I have experienced, at the early stage, I was doing the excellent job that I was doing on the field. But then all those things I've neglected them. But those are the realities that when donors came, okay, Care Aid Support Initiative, you are into this sector, you are into shelter, you are into NFI, you are into education. Okay, fine. This is beautiful. Programmatically, excellent. Let's look at your internal policy. Unfortunately, I don't have it. There are a lot of NGOs out there listening to me that are struggling due to, not having those things. You need to have a bank account. A donor will not send you money to your personal account while you are having, So those are the realities. And then while you are having a bank account, you don't need to, have your family member, your brother, your sister, they are the signatories to the bank account. I will never give you my money.
Yeah. Wow. So for how long have you been doing this, Philip?
Okay, so I've been into the NGO space from 2015.
Oh,
okay.
Wow, that's over 10
you
years.
started Cassie when?
Okay, I started Cassie 2018, but got incorporated 2021.
Okay, that's beautiful. So have you encountered resistance or skepticism from communities you were trying to help at any point in time?
Yes, there are a lot of, sometimes doubts, so from experience, are things that you don't need to overlook them, but you need to work on them when it comes to working with communities. Yes, a lot of people doubted, our interventions. They doubted what we've been saying. Skepticism is real. It grows. But then over time, before it grows, you need to ensure that you identify them quickly. So this is like a leadership role that, during some sessions, we could be able to talk to leaders that sometimes you need to build trust to ensure that, decisions are, you step down delegation of responsibility and then proper. So, of course, there are a lot of doubts that I've experienced, while we are talking to people. In fact, it's not even just from the displaced population, even the donors, there are a lot of doubts, okay, you are doing well, it's high risk for us to be doubting your capacity to, at the end of the day, you might end up running away with our money and all of that. So this is real, this is real. And then, like I earlier said, you don't need to have your family member. It's called conflict of interest.
Yeah.
I don't have a family member working in Care Aid. If I want to, I have to declare. Yeah, I have to declare it publicly, and then there has to be document, conflict of interest document signed by us. And then I don't have to work with that person because, this is a work system. There are standards, there are code of conduct, there are operation guiding principles. So once you have those things in place, there will not be, doubt by, the beneficiaries and then by the donors. Yeah.
Okay. So how did you respond without reinforcing power imbalances?
Well, how do I respond to that? That also is a leadership role that for you to, you need to understand and, you need to bring a lot of things in place. Like, policies that will actually ensure that everything is transparent and being open. And then you need to also, to have power imbalance, it's a lot. It's a leadership thing. So I just try to see how we ensure that there's segregation of responsibility, the delegation of responsibility, and then well-structured, policies or rules in place to ensure that everyone is being respected and power is being, not, what will I use the word?
Decentralized, more like.
Yeah, exactly. On one person. So if today I'm the only person that would approve something, then there is a challenge. But however, I have somebody that is coming from the south and is a woman. You understand? So there is this. If I'm not around, she can approve, and then all of that. So it's not like centralized on particular.
Let me go personal, yeah? You shared one story, and I want you to tell us the lessons that you learned from that story. You shared one story when you were in Maiduguri about a young boy that you met in a temporary shelter where his family stays, and he was drawing a house. You said you learned something from that. Share that experience with us.
Okay, so I do write a lot and share, so I might specifically, because you meet different people that you get to learn from them, and then that's why I said earlier, it's good to take the displaced population as stakeholders, as people that you will learn, because they are people with skills.
Okay.
There are people that even before displacement, they're experts in what they're doing. So you shouldn't just take them as a passive. So I've learned a lot of things, not particularly, limited to that boy, but then I've learned something from particularly that boy in terms of, dreams. He has a dream. Now, let me just divert a little bit to something recent that I was able to identify. Okay. During 2025, I think towards the last quarter, I was engaging few people in focus group discussion, and then I met someone very young, vibrant. I was like, we don't have funding, so now we are coming to do volunteer work, right? There has been funding cut. UN are going, INGOs are shutting down their offices and branches. Now it's for us to do it together with you and all of that. So he just looked at me, and then he was like, but if you people go, who are the ones that will checkmate all those things? Because when you're around, you're able to consistently come and ensure that you communicate, please, let's ensure this, let's ensure that. But then I stood back, I was like, from where is this boy coming with this question?
Yeah.
So it poses a lot, of, thoughts in my head. So I when I came back with discussing internally, aside from that, I took his number, and then we were discussing with the team, and then unfortunately one of the team member was encountered that boy because we were spread around in the community, doing that. I never knew that one of my team member, and then he shared that there's this I think passion for leadership, passion for change. He doesn't really like the present condition, and then he's willing to see how, our impact or our presence is doing a lot in terms of, shaping his future and giving narrative. Because if you look at it, if you go down to the north, way back, a lot of people, these are realities that we don't have to hide. A lot of people, the children not going to school, doing that. But once we're there, sensitizing about school. So the guy is like interested in that. So that also poses to one of the advocacies that I'm always doing, outside my social media, but through seminars, is to ensure that government incorporates, development should be treated as development, and humanitarian concerns should be treated as development, not humanitarian response. You need to incorporate it into your national development plan to ensure that you provide access to education to displaced population. And you need to ensure that you provide healthcare to the displaced population, because these people are very intelligent. These people are ready to learn. These people are just excellent in those things. They just lack the opportunity and there is no platform for them to build or to support them. So there are a lot of things that I've learned from people, even while working with them, the consistency and then the skills in them. They are gifted. Yes, they are gifted.
Okay. So if you were to give advice to community leaders, local governments, essentially people who are in leadership positions, on how to handle special cases like this, what would be at least, just mention a few, not everything, just mention a few things that you would advise them to prioritize?
So particularly for me is, sustainability. I will advise them sustainability or whatever recovery is not just to return home, but concerned authorities are to enhance protection and social services to people. Is very important. I will advise them to do that, ensuring that all those protections are given to those set of people and also providing social services, education, health, and all of that. And then also it is important that we build trust through inclusive participation. This I will advise, and also I will advise the state, the local government to integrate those humanitarian and development actions together, not only humanitarian support, but to do that. And also for state and government, I would recommend and advise to do a lot of, mobilization for sustainable, funding, or to incorporate in the national budget and to do more of partnership with, the grassroots organizations, because they are context, equipped, they know the context, and then they are always there, they know the real needs there on ground. So these are few from what I would do. From the many I will advise the state and the government to do in terms of, doing this, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Philip. But the women will not forgive me if I do not ask this question. How does displacement affect women and children differently, especially in safety, education, and opportunity?
It does. Of course, displacement affects women. Most of the interventions are prioritized towards women and children.
Okay.
If you look at it in the vulnerability scales, women and children are more vulnerable during displacement, right? Why? It is practical, so it's not really good from, experiences, what I've seen, women suffering, lack of, sanitary pads, women being silent, they cannot make decisions, and children not having access to schools, and all of that. So it is really, a critical situation for children and women, because men and youth, we have other, coping mechanisms that we can go out. We assume that, we can do all things, but yeah, yes, it's true that we can put more, effort in providing to our family, but women, they can be easily, exploited. People take advantages of that due to their displacement nature, and also children, they can't do anything, of course. So it's really critical, when it comes to women and children. I've seen women suffer. I've seen women going out fetching water, 3 hours to come back home and cook for their husbands. In displacement settings, you will see, I don't want to say, but then husbands, sometimes they are just sitting under the tree and then allowing the women to go up and down, It's really critical situation. But then
it's painful.
This was in the past. But this was in the past. I've seen some high level of improvement where in everything humanitarian, and even governments are allowing women. There's a women committee in a governance structure. They create a committee for women where women will come in to talk, share their concerns, and all of that. A lot of things are just coming, to my head from experience of what our interaction with women has been, So I always say that protection for women and children must be proactive, not reactive. You understand? You need to include safe spaces for children to play in displacement if you cannot provide, school. And then you need to, at the beginning, I'll keep making emphasis to have an inclusive design targeting all gender and age. All right. And then also providing access to justice, because there are a lot of violations, there are a lot of cases that, in fact, if you look at the humanitarian space in displacement, you look at most of the cases are women-related children, you hear rape here, this, that, there, a lot of things that are happening. So that provision of access to justice needs to be there, a recommendation, because women are actually facing a lot. If you allow me here, we'll talk a lot more on women, but I strongly, advocate for a strong community-based protection mechanism, most importantly, to women and children, so that they can have access, their voice. It is believed actually, but it is not the reality now, but it has been believed that in the North, women cannot talk, yes, but not anymore. Women come out to talk, they share. They share things. So there has been a lot of shaping in the system, and then there has been a lot of, clarity of, information. And then I must say that the UN, as well as the international organizations and the government, are doing well in terms of, bringing out people from this, kind of school of thought about, women are just to be in the kitchen and then in the but then now women come out to speak. I'm excited, but the situation is critical, but it has changed, and it's changing over time.
Yeah, okay, that's beautiful. Amal, I thought you wanted to ask something.
In your experience, right, over the years, what are the common feedback that you often get for women and children? I mean, we're talking about them a lot. What's the most common feedback that you get from them?
Okay. So let me give a practical example of, the feedback. Then during, providing support, organizations or, people do prioritize men as the head of the house. So once they get to a household, you understand, once they get to the house, they just, go, okay, who is the father? Okay, you are the head of, okay, Mr. Philip John is the father, and then he has his wife, Mrs. Esther Philip, you understand? And once intervention is available, they just give to the husband. And at the end of the day, tomorrow you will not see the husband. You go and sell it and be doing catching cruise somewhere with his whatever, you understand? And leaving the women, leaving his wife and children to suffer. This has happened, I'm telling you, these are the realities.
Even in
but
displaced communities?
Yeah, it has happened. You are giving, intervention to the father as the head of house. At the end of the day, you will not see him tomorrow, or otherwise he's the boss of the house. And now, so, but I'm excited because I've seen this change. Now, there has been a lot of engagement whereby now intervention are going to the women. Okay, yes, because she takes care of the children, she cooks the food. And then, down here, you can marry two wives. So if a man got it, in fact, there are a lot of, men that after getting this intervention, they will go and add another wife. I'm telling you.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Wow. Okay.
But when you engage children, what kind of things do they also tell you? I mean, their experiences in the camp, what do they expect from those who are coming to help them?
Okay, so, working with children, there are a lot of, things that you need to pay critical attention to. Working with them, you need to be well-equipped, skilled in terms of working with children. And, there are children that are unaccompanied during displacement. Their parents flee and then they're leaving the children. So there are a lot of people that we've gotten. There are children that are being separated with their parents. So you meet with them, they don't have parents, they don't have anybody. So all you need to do is to assign them with a guardian and then see how you can provide support to that child through the guardian. You cannot give the child money, you cannot house because anybody can just come. But once you align, him with the guardian, you'll be able to be providing support and then constant monitoring, ensuring that that child is, accessing those services that you are giving him. So kudos to a lot of organizations like Save the Children, UNICEF, and all of that. A lot of organizations are working. And then I've seen a lot of people, foundations coming up and NGOs coming up. We want to support education. We want to do this with children, this, that. And then at the end of the day, they will just snap picture. And then, they are there are even data protection policies. There are guidelines to even snapping pictures. Why do you want to do that? So I think it's a wrong, path for upcoming organization. Hear this, because it's very important. And sure, if I'm a donor and then I saw like a very critical, picture of a child that you shared, I might decide to, Philip John organization, I want to support you so that you can go and support that child. At the end of the day, then, after signing every document, then I'll ask you, please, can I have a sample of a consent document for the picture? At the end of the day, you don't have. There's lack of professionalism. That means if I give you my money, I will not get all the document and the means of verification at the end of the project. Yes. Right? So it is good that you pay attention to professionalism. So working with children, you don't want to, you don't just want to get, the visibility, but there are a lot of things that are embedded in all these things. You need to adhere to all the procedures. So I would recommend you go online, you check, UNICEF, Save the Children, a lot of organizations, they have best practices in terms of working with children, but it's very, very sensitive. Okay. Very, very sensitive.
Okay, so still on children, what invisible traumas do children in displacement carry that adults often fail to notice?
Okay, so there was something that happened with particularly a lady, a female, like under 18, a child. So in one of the camps in Maiduguri, where she has been isolating herself from other people, even when we profile her and provide her with support. So that lady is always quiet in the camp. She's always sitting quiet and then crying. Lot of humanitarian staff reached out to her and she doesn't talk. She doesn't talk. One day I decided to, let me go and meet her. Then when I met her, how are you? Fine. Oh, interesting. I said, you look like one of my, ex-girlfriend that we broke up with her. I mean, she dealt with me. Then the lady started laughing just as you're doing now. You understand? She started laughing. She said, but why would she do that for you? Like, I was so, and people were so surprised she'd now open up. So there are some really skills that you apply in terms of, working with children and with this set of people in camps in order for you to make them open during displacement, because they experience, a lot of, traumas, social exclusion. People tend to kick them out from, even games and schools while they go there, abuses and all of that. So it has been affecting a lot of children. We've seen it. They will just go to school and sit behind the school so quiet, because of exclusion. So that has been a challenge, and trust me, it has been identified, and then there are a lot of experts. In the humanitarian space, while you're working real time in field, and then you're getting to identify a lot of things, there are experts coming in to build your capacity on how to address those critical issues. So you don't just assume that you know how to do it and you have to force the child. No. There is a procedure, and then it's a gradual procedure towards ensuring that you provide support, but you have to get that person before providing whatsoever support, and then you refer to the person to psychosocial support, safe spaces, so that they will play, make them feel at home. I mean, there are a lot of things. So from there, I was able to talk to the lady. We started conversing, and then she started opening up, and then she told us how her parents were killed in front of her. She told us how, she was taken to the bush, and then somebody, in fact, when they brought her to the camp, the person that first approached her he resembled the person that, raped her in the bush. During displacement, after killing her parents, they have to flee, they have to run away. So that person that first approached her looked like that person. So from there, she was scared, and then she was traumatized. But I came, with different, I have my hair cut, like swagger, like she's seeing me different, and then I'm speaking Hausa, and then we are, understanding. And from there, she was able to open up, and then she told me all this story. From there, I wasn't like, expert in it, and we referred her to, those concerns, agencies that are handling children, cases. Yeah.
Wow. That's beautiful.
Very Thank you so much, Mr. Philip. You've had so much in-depth knowledge, and I like the fact that you're able to break this down. We do hope that those in authorities see the challenges that already exist and perhaps be able to tell the ones that are in front so they know how to approach it. Because, for example, this one you just gave, it also means that there has to be someone who is very knowledgeable in psychology in approaching some of these people. Because the truth is, if they don't speak, you will not even know how to fix the problems that they have, right? So you need to be able to assess them. So I really appreciate the fact that the works that you're doing, and we do hope that more people like yourself begin to come out and help these vulnerable people in our societies that are in displaced communities. Thank you so much for being part of today's show.
Thank you too.
All right, thank you so much, Phillips. And finally, what part of the country are you from?
I am originally from Borno State.
Originally? You're originally from Borno State, okay.
Yeah. And then I am from, I would want you after this session, you should go and browse about my local government. Okay. It is the most hit local government in Borno State. Up to date, I think it's the local government general was killed, right? Like 3-4 months ago. Damboa local government.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you know Damboa in Borno, it is no. You can't. You know, it's just 2 hours 30 minutes from Maiduguri, the metropolitan. Yeah. You know, it's just 2 hours to Damboa, but you can't follow that route without a military escort. And even with the military escort, sometimes there are a lot of, you know, IEDs, and then I mean, you just have to. I will not say last prayer, but you have to pray.
Wow. Okay, so what dialect do you speak there?
Okay, so people from my place, we speak Margi. I'm Margi. Okay. But yes, we are Margi. So Margi, you know, they are from the southern part of Borno. So Damboa is from the southern part of Borno. So there are Kanuris there in Damboa, and then there are Margi. So Margi by tribe, yeah.
So can you greet the viewers and fans of Just Africa and your people right now in Margi language? I hope I pronounced that well.
So, Abar Pida, Abar Puku, Abar Pida, good morning wherever you are, and then Abar Puku is good afternoon, everyone.
All right, thank you very much, Philip. John, because the two names are so biblical. That's English names. We couldn't get to where you understand. Once again, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you too for having me here. So I would want to recommend, actually, it's been a very great show, and this part of the show, you know, mostly from platforms like these, TV stations are not being aired, but the reality is we have a lot of, you know, concerns, or there is not even within the displacement when it's humanitarian, but even in the community, the country at large, you know, we need such conversations where people will come and then, you know, share all these ideas and thoughts. I mean, I don't mind it. You target nothing about us without us. You know, we need more of, you know, the presence of government. We need presence of donors. We need international, you know, investors to come in order for them to create, you know, employment opportunity, you know, and then we want, you know, young minds like us to advocate, you know, youth like me. I mean, I am not married, you understand? So we can advocate, we can volunteer to work within our community, and then we can hold institutions accountable legally, not through the, you know, use of insults and whatsoever. So you are to hold institutions accountable, reach out to them, suggest, and, you know, young people brings energy, ideas, and then with current digital skills, they can transform, you know, a lot of things. So I must say that I recommend, you know, having series of such conversations where young minds and impact builders can share, you know, from their experiences, and others can learn, so that at the end of the day, we are going to have, like, there is no permanent, you know, enjoyment or solutions, but at least a dignified, durable solution which can serve for a period of long time. So thank you very much, and I love you for, this program, it's a lot in terms of advocacy, and sharing good information. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John Philip.
It's our pleasure.
Okay.
Great, I wanted to play a joke here, but then again, let it go. Because when he was saying, oh yeah, let's bring young people so we can sell solution, and then he now tosses it by saying, I'm single. I said, okay, should we send you a wife? That's good, Oscar. But the truth is, just like he rightly said, this kind of conversations need to always be had. We can't have it enough, but we'll try from our quarters. Just imagine if across the 36 states of Nigeria, across the 55 countries of Africa, in pockets where people converge, conversations have been had to recognize that there are people who are not living comfortably like we are. Like he said in the intro, I was sleeping one moment in my bed, I'm comfortable. The next moment, I'm sleeping in a shelter. That's change in reality. First affects you psychologically, it affects you physically, and at the point you not be like, okay, so what do I need to, is it that child that is there, you're still telling, oh, you are the future of tomorrow? Where does he even want, how does he even want to put it? How does he want to even imagine a world? You tell people, oh, if you can dream it, you can be it. People in that place have even bothered to check if they dream. How could they even survive? Because they are dependent on somebody to give them their daily meal. And people that are bringing their daily meals, they're not even taking into cognizance what you want. They're just giving it to you because, and then they take photos and then they go, they collect more monies, and then they give you only rice. As if they want to give you kwashoko. Because they look carbohydrate that they're giving you, they're not bothered about whether there's balanced diet. These are the conversations, just like you said, once we are having it and it is regular, perhaps, nobody says it is bad to give. Nobody says it is bad to support people. But please, when you're doing it, take them into cognizance that they too are humans too. You're giving them aid. There was once upon a time where we were championing the cause for African countries in terms of the West. Don't give us aid. Give us trade. That way it is better. You're even putting us equal side that we are an entity that needs to exist. Because at the end, if we depend so much on your aid, people will become lazy and don't want to do anything.
Exactly.
And we are seeing the ripple effect, which is what conversations like this and what Philip is doing with his Cassie. Please begin to reinforce people so that they can survive when you are no longer there. And that is where we should target these levels are.
Yes, so displacement takes more than land. It takes certainty, it takes trust, and too often it takes dignity. But as we've heard today, even in the hardest places, hope survives. Not because circumstances are kind, but because people refuse to give up on their humanity. Rebuilding displacement affected communities is not just about food, tents, or timeliness. It is about listening. It is about inclusion. It is about restoring choice, voice, and self-worth. Because when dignity is protected, recovery becomes possible. And when trust is rebuilt, the future can begin again. The question before us is simple. Will we respond with sympathy or with responsibility? That's how we've come to the end of today's episode of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on all our YouTube channel. My name is Omivi Idolo. Thank you for watching.
Under the bay, under the baobab tree, where shadows bend, the earth whispers tales
Human rights are a fundamental and universal entitlement belonging to every person by birth, designed to ensure dignity, freedom, and equality regardless of race, nationality, or status. These inalienable rights form the very core of global governance. International human rights law, founded upon the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR of 1948, establishes the binding obligation of government to protect these freedoms. A key success of this universal framework has been the continuous expansion of its legal body to protect vulnerable groups, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. This universal commitment forms the basis of this year's International Human Rights Day theme, Our Everyday Essentials, which seeks to reaffirm these principles not as abstract concepts, but as the practical foundation people rely on daily. Despite the strength of this legal foundation, challenges in implementation and new complexity result in an uneven global landscape. Millions are facing a critical lack of access to basic needs such as food, water, health, education due to persistent poverty and entrenched inequality. Recent World Bank estimates indicate that approximately 817 million people are currently facing extreme poverty, underscoring the severity of this implementation gap. Rapid advances in technology and digitalization also present novel hurdles concerning surveillance and privacy. Digital access, essential for modern civic participation, saw significant disruption in 2024 with 296 instances of internet service disruption, highlighting the growing threat to digital rights. This challenge is compounded by weak governance and the widespread persistence of armed conflict. These elements undermine fundamental rights by fueling instability and violence, often perpetuated by a lack of accountability for violations. The devastating impact on civilian life remains profound. The United Nations recorded a sharp 72% surge in the loss of civilian life in conflict zones in 2023, coupled with a record high of over 120 million forcibly displaced persons by the end of 2024. The human rights framework faces compounding issues such as climate change, which threatens the rights to life and health through environmental degradation. This has created a hazardous environment for advocates, with environmental human rights defenders facing substantial risk to their personal safety. Navigating a fair and constructive way forward requires key action across key primary fronts. Strengthening social safety nets through the establishment of universal social protection floors is vital to close the inequality gap and safeguard essential economic rights. Enhancing accountability is paramount. The international community must increase support for mechanisms that investigate and prosecute serious violations of humanitarian law, thereby countering impunity and restoring the rule of law. Also, the protection of civic space must be prioritized by regulating the digital sphere to ensure strong privacy rights and by enacting specific legal safeguards that protect activists, journalists, and human rights defenders from attacks, allowing them to perform their essential work without fear. Ultimately, ensuring human rights remain an ongoing commitment that demands measurable action over rhetorical assurance. By reinforcing the UDHR's principles through strategic investment in social protection, accountability, accountability, and the safeguarding of civic and digital freedoms. The global community can successfully transition these values from legal ideals into the everyday essentials that defines a life of dignity, freedom, and equality for all people. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News TV.
And the rules hold the reasons why.
When conversations around figures, I mean money, flies around, serious-minded and business-conscious people will at every point open their eyes because business ideas and opportunities can come up even at a bar. But for us, we are bringing you business ideas to your doorstep. And today I am saying welcome to Cashcraft, where we share with you tips on making money. We dig into the ordinary things around us, things we pass by daily, never knowing they could be our next income stream. My name is Grace Komolafe, and today we are stepping into the world of charcoal. Not the one you fan under your suya or barbecue, but the one that's quietly building millionaires, fueling export earnings, and heated up markets from Lagos to places like Nairobi. In the smoky corners of rural villages, behind the crackles of burning logs, lies a black treasure, charcoal. It may not glitter, but don't be fooled. Charcoal is hot business, literally and financially. Now, before you turn up your eyes, thinking it's dirty work for tired farmers, I want you to pay a close attention, because this is business, not bush talk. Charcoal is made by carbonizing wood, burning it slowly in a low oxygen environment to remove moisture and volatile compounds, leaving behind a high carbon energy packed fuel. It's used in households, restaurants, bakeries, foundries, and exported in tons out of Africa to Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Straight to the numbers, according to data from the International Trade Center, Nigeria exports over 400,000 tons of charcoal annually. That's millions of dollars flowing into an industry that, up until now, barely makes the headlines. Charcoal ranks among Nigeria's top 10 non-oil export commodities, and guess what? The market is growing, especially with the rise in demand for natural and organic heating fuel abroad. But how can you, yes you, tap into this business? So here are tips from top to bottom. Step 1, know your entry point. The charcoal business is wild. You can be a producer, cutting and burning the wood, a distributor, buying from villages and selling to cities, or a transporter, a retailer, or even go big as an exporter. If you want to go into production, you will need access to hardwood species like acacia, mahogany, or shea. This burn longer and cleaner. And please, don't just cut trees anyhow. Get your wood legally and where possible. Support replanting. Illegal logging is the fastest way to lose your business before it. All right, let's go to step 2. Carbonize like a pro. Charcoal is made in kilns. While many still use traditional earth kilns, modern alternatives like the Casamance kilns or Adaman retort kilns produce better yields, reduce smoke, and are friendlier to the environment. A small investment in an improved kilns can double your output and your profit. Now, step 3, bag it right. Local sales, use 25 kg or 50 kg sacks. For export, your charcoal must be dry, dust-free, and neatly packaged. Now, exporters deal in 20-foot or 40-foot containers, each holding up to 25 tons. So let's go to step 4. Know your market. If you're selling locally, look for suya sellers, grill restaurants, and food vendors. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, or Port Harcourt, and in Nigeria, charcoal sells fast, especially during festive seasons. Now, exporters, on the other hand, deal with buyers in Germany, UK, Belgium, Israel, UAE, and more. You will need a registered business and export license from NEPC and reliable logistics partners. That's very important, isn't it? So let's move to 5, learn network.
Fellow Nigerians,
Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduje's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed, consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claims. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that have been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service to utilize and generate revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigeria, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team in ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agents. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. I have a law supporting it. so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect, but they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my stand is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bill are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, they are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services, no separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%. because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%.
Previous.
Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the depreciation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. from 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. The 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. say it is only NELPON that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all these three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELPON, even before transferring everything to NELPON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you is just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as telephone is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee. You are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%. Saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money. Do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Well, you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. Okay, so I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. and the northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they expressed just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. I even that provision has been made perfectly. I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, which will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to the World News on SOUQ News Television. We are reaching you live from our Lagos studio. I am Omobola Sandra. Here are the first headlines. CBN says 20 banks have already met the new capital requirements under the ongoing bank recapitalization program. United States to spend 587 billion naira on counterinsurgency in Nigeria and some parts of West Africa amid worsening insecurity. Ghana to end long-term mining agreements, double royalties to capture more benefits from rising gold. Canada and China reach preliminary trade deal, reducing tariffs on electronic vehicles, boosting economic ties. In sports, Nigeria drawn in Group C with Zambia, Egypt and Malawi for 2026 Women's AFCON in Morocco. The Central Bank of Nigeria says about 20 deposit money banks have already met the new capital requirements under the ongoing bank recapitalization program, as the Apex Bank shifts focus towards ensuring stronger balance sheets drive real sector credit growth in the economy. The disclosure was made on Thursday by the Deputy Governor, Economic Policy, Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Mohammed Abdullahi, while speaking on a panel at the launch of the 2026 Macroeconomic Outlook of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group in Lagos. Officials say the recapitalization exercise is intended to create a more resilient banking system, improve risk absorption, and position lenders to better support businesses, infrastructure finances, and long-term economic expansion amid persistent inflation and external pressures. The central bank says compliance levels indicate early momentum, but supervision will intensify to ensure capital buffers translate into lending, stability, and confidence across financial markets nationwide this year ahead. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, has clarified that small-scale investors in Nigeria's capital market are fully exempt from paying capital gains tax under the new 2026 tax reform law. Oyedele said the reforms are designed to protect low-income earners, boost disposable income, and encourage broader participation in investment activities. The measures aims to balance revenue generation with socio-economic support for ordinary Nigerians. Analysts note that the tax exemptions for small investors could stimulate market activity, attract new participants, and deepen liquidity in the Nigerian capital market. Observers say the reforms may also strengthen financial inclusion, incentivize savings, and promote long-term investment, while ensuring that fiscal policy remains progressive and supportive of the country's broader economic growth objectives. Nigeria spent 11.1 trillion naira on capital expenditure in 2024, achieving 85% implementation, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, announced on Thursday. The spending reflects efforts to complete key infrastructure and development projects across the country. Officials say the budget cycle was extended to allow for the timely execution of priority projects, ensuring funds were fully utilized to support critical sectors, including transportation, energy, health, and education. The high implementation rate marks a significant improvement in budget execution compared with previous years. Analysts note that effective capital spending is essential for economic growth, job creation, and service delivery. Observers say Nigeria's performance in 2024 could boost investor confidence, support fiscal planning, and serve as a model for disciplined budget execution, highlighting the government's commitment to delivering tangible outcomes for public resources. The United States plans to spend 587 billion naira, that is $413.046 million, on counter-insurgency operations in Nigeria and other African countries in 2026, as worsening security conditions persist across West Africa. The allocation is contained in the U.S. National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026, obtained on Thursday, with the funds approved for operation and maintenance. The budget is earmarked for the U.S. Africa Command, which oversees American military activities on the continent. Officials say the funding will support logistics, intelligence gathering, training programs, and sustained operations aimed at countering insurgents and terrorist groups operating across the region. The approval comes against the backdrop of heightened security tensions, including Christmas Day strikes on terrorist hideouts in Sokoto, carried out by the administration of President Donald Trump. Analysts say the spending signals Washington's intention to maintain a strong security footprint in Africa, despite competing global military and diplomatic priorities. The Nigeria Infrastructure Debt Fund, NIDF, reported a profit of 23.63 billion naira for the year ended December 31, 2025, up from 19.59 billion naira recorded in 2024, the fund announced. NDIF, which invests in infrastructure loans across Nigeria, posted a fourth quarter profit of 6.7 billion naira, compared with 5.91 billion naira in the same period the previous year. Officials say the growth reflects improved loan performance, strategic investments, and efficient portfolio management. Analysts note that the fund's strong results signal resilience in Nigeria's infrastructure financing sector and growing investor confidence. Observers say sustained profitability could enhance the fund's capacity to finance critical projects, support national development priorities, and attract additional capital, contributing to economic growth and the expansion of essential infrastructure across the country. Fuel availability and stock levels in Nigeria improved in December 2025, with petrol supply rising to 74.2 million liters per day, according to a fact sheet by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA. The report showed national stock efficiency expanded to cover 29 days, signaling stronger supply stability and reduced risk of shortages across the country. Regulators said the improvement reflects increased refinery output, efficient distribution, and better coordination among stakeholders in the petroleum sector. Analysts note that higher fuel availability could stabilize domestic prices, enhance consumer confidence, and support industrial and transportation activities. Observers say sustained supply and robust stock levels are critical for economic growth, ensuring consistent energy access for businesses and households while reinforcing the downstream petroleum sector's resilience amid fluctuating global crude prices. The European Union has removed Nigeria from its list of high-risk jurisdictions for money laundering and terrorism financing along South Africa and 4 other African countries, according to a statement published on the European Commission website. The decision follows Nigeria's removal from the Financial Action Task Force grey list in 2025 after reforms to strengthen anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing controls across the financial system. Officials say the EU move is expected to ease cross-border transactions, lower compliance costs for Nigerian banks and firms, and improve investor confidence. Analysts say the delisting could support capital inflows, trade finance, and correspondent banking relationships, while reinforcing Nigeria's efforts to restore credibility, attract investment, and stabilize its financial sector. The Commission said member states will no longer apply enhanced due diligence measures to Nigerian entities, aligning oversight with standard risk-based monitoring rules across the European Union going forward now. Still to come in the news, South Korea's planned $350 billion investment in strategic U.S. sectors under a trade deal is unlikely to commence in the first half of 2026, according to reports. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded 2 theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Thank you for staying with us. Welcome back. Ghana plans to end long-term mining investment stability agreements and double royalties as part of sweeping reforms, according to reports. The move is aimed at ensuring the nation captures more benefits from rising gold prices. Officials say the reforms will affect existing and future mining contracts, signaling a shift towards greater government participation in the sector and enhanced revenue generation. The measures reflect Ghana's intention to balance investor interests with national economic priorities amid a global gold price surge. Analysts note that while higher royalties could boost state revenues, they may also impact investor sentiment and new foreign investment. Observers say the success of the reforms will depend on clear regulations, transparent implementation, and dialogue with mining companies to maintain sustainable production while maximizing economic gains. Malaysia's economy likely expanded by 4.9% in 2025, outperforming projections by both the government and the central bank, supported by a strong finish to the year and resilient domestic demand. Official advance estimates released Friday point to broader momentum across key sectors, easing concern over slowing regional growth. Gross domestic product grew by 5.7% in October to December quarter, compared with a year earlier, accelerating from the 5.2% expansion recorded in the third quarter. The outturn marks the fastest quarterly growth since the second quarter of 2024, when the economy expanded by 5.9%, highlighting a sharp year-end pickup. Economists say the stronger performance reflects solid household spending, improved labor market conditions, and sustained activity in manufacturing and services. The data suggests Malaysia entered 2026 with a firmer growth momentum, potentially giving policymakers more flexibility as they balance inflation risk with efforts to sustain economic expansion. Turkish Airlines has announced an investment program exceeding 1 billion Turkish lira, aimed at strengthening operations and raising its annual contribution to the Turkish economy to $144 billion by 2033. The carrier said. The plan includes fleet expansion, infrastructure upgrades, and technological improvements to enhance service efficiency, route coverage, and customer service. Officials said the initiative aligns with national economic growth objectives and supports Turkey's position as a regional aviation hub. Analysts note that the investment could create jobs, increase tourism revenue, and stimulate related industries, including logistics and hospitality. Observers say sustained implementation will be critical for achieving the projected economic impact, reinforcing Turkish Airlines' role as a key driver of national development while maintaining competitiveness in the global aviation sector. Taiwan says it aims to become a close strategic partner with the United States in artificial intelligence following the deal to cut tariffs and expand Taiwanese investment in the American economy. Vice Premier Sheng Ling-xiong said Friday the move reflects Taipei's intention to align more closely with Washington in critical future technologies. The push comes as President Donald Trump's administration presses major semiconductor producers to increase manufacturing capacity in the United States, particularly for advanced chips used in AI systems. Taiwan, home to some of the world's most important chip makers, plays a central role in global supply, powering data centers, defense systems, and emerging AI applications. Officials say deeper cooperation could strengthen economic ties while enhancing supply chain resilience amid rising geopolitical competition. Analysts note the strategy positions Taiwan as an indispensable technology partner for the United States, even as pressure mounts to rebalance chip production geographically. The outcome could shape future trade, investment, and security coordination between both sides. India expects long-running trade negotiations with the European Union to conclude this month. Trade Secretary Rajesh Agrawal said on Thursday in what would become New Delhi's largest bilateral agreement to date. Officials say the deal is aimed at expanding market access and strengthening economic ties amid growing U.S. tariff pressures. The talks, ongoing for several years, are seen as a strategic opportunity for both sides to diversify trade and reduce dependence on China and Russia. India and the European Union conducted £120 billion, that is $140 billion, in bilateral trade in 2024, making the European bloc the country's largest trading partner and a key source of investment and technology transfers. Analysts say a successful agreement could boost exports, improve regulatory alignment, and foster closer industrial collaboration. Businesses and policymakers in India are monitoring the outcome closely, noting that timely conclusion could enhance competitiveness and deepen ties with one of the world's most advanced economic regions. And now, gold extended losses earlier today after stronger than expected U.S. economic data tempered expectations of near-term Federal Reserve rate cuts, according to traders. Easing geopolitical tensions also reduced demand for safe haven bullion, adding further pressure on prices. Analysts noted that improved U.S. economic indicators, including robust job and consumer spending figures, suggest the Fed may maintain its current monetary policy stance. Market observers say the combination of reduced safe haven demand and tighter monetary expectations could weigh on gold in the near term. Investors are closely monitoring global economic releases and geopolitical developments to gauge future price movements, with sentiment shifting towards risk assets as confidence in economic stability grows. South Korea's planned $350 billion investment in strategic U.S. sectors under a trade deal is unlikely to commence in the first half of 2026, Finance Minister Ko Young-chol said earlier today. Officials say the delay means the won currency is not expected to face significant new dollar outflows in the near term, easing concerns about potential depreciation pressures amid global market volatility. The investment plan covers technology, manufacturing, and other priority sectors under the bilateral trade agreement. Analysts note that the postponement could provide the central bank with more flexibility to manage exchange rates while monitoring inflation and external balances. Observers say a carefully timed rollout will be crucial for maintaining investor confidence, supporting economic stability, and maximizing the strategic benefits of South Korea's U.S. commitments. Still to come in the news, France government has suspended parliamentary talks on its 2026 budget until Tuesday after lawmakers failed to reach a compromise. This is the world news on SOUQ News Television. We'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled, The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. Canada and China have reached a preliminary trade agreement that will reduce tariffs on key goods, including electric vehicles and canola, Prime Minister Mark Carney announced on Friday. The deal aims to remove trade barriers while laying the foundation for stronger strategic economic ties between the two nations. Carney is the first Canadian Prime Minister to visit China since 2017, seeking to restore and expand relations with the country, which is Canada's second largest trading partner after the United States. Officials say the agreement signals the renewed commitment to cooperation following months of diplomatic negotiations. Analysts note that the deal could boost Canadian exports, attract investment, and enhance market access for high-value goods. Observers say both sides view the agreement as a stepping stone toward a comprehensive long-term trade framework, strengthening bilateral economic resilience amid global trade uncertainties. France's government has suspended parliamentary talks on its 2026 budget until Tuesday after lawmakers failed to reach a compromise, deepening political uncertainty around fiscal plans. The breakdown leaves Prime Minister François Bayrou facing the option of bypassing Parliament to push the budget through, unless he can bridge widening divisions across the chamber. Negotiations stalled over disagreements on spending cuts, tax measures, and deficit reduction targets, with opposition parties accusing the government of forcing austerity while failing to protect households. Supporters of the bill argue the budget is essential to restore fiscal credibility and comply with European Union deficit rules. The Constitution allows the Prime Minister to adopt the budget without a vote, a move that could trigger a no-confidence motion and further destabilize the minority government. Markets and public sector unions are closely watching developments as delays raise concerns about policy paralysis and France's broader economic outlook. The Kremlin earlier today welcomed signals from Italy, France, and Germany, suggesting a willingness to resume dialogue with Russia on Ukraine, calling the move a significant shift that allows Moscow's view of how the conflict should evolve. Russian officials described the talks as an opportunity to explore potential pathways toward resolution. However, the United Kingdom expressed skepticism over the timing and intent of renewed engagement. British Foreign Minister Yvette Cooper told Politico she had seen no evidence that Moscow is genuinely committed to peace, underscoring London's cautious approach toward any re-engagement with Russia on the conflict. Analysts say the differing positions reflect a split in Western energy toward Ukraine. While some European powers appear open to diplomatic channels, others, including the UK, continue to prioritize pressure and sanctions, highlighting the complex geopolitics that could influence the next phase of the war. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado has presented her Nobel Peace Prize medal to U.S. President Donald Trump during a White House meeting, calling it recognition of his commitment to her country's freedom and democratic transition. The gesture came amid heightened U.S.-Venezuela relations following recent political upheaval. Machado, who won the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize for her work promoting democratic rights in Venezuela, told reporters the presentation was a historic day for Venezuelans and a symbol of shared struggle. Trump confirmed on social media that Machado gave him the medal as a sign of mutual respect, describing her as a wonderful woman. The Norwegian Nobel Institute has clarified that while the physical medal can change hands, the official title of Nobel Peace Prize laureate remains non-transferable under Nobel rules. Observers say the move is largely symbolic and reflects Machado's effort to secure broader support for our political aims as Venezuela navigates a complex transition. And now moving on to sports, defending champions Nigeria will face Zambia, Egypt and debutants Malawi in Group C of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations set to be held in Morocco, organizers announced earlier today. The draw sets up familiar rivalries for the Super Falcons while offering new challenges from Malawi, who will make their tournament debut. Nigeria aims to defend its title and extend its dominance in African women's football. Analysts say the group stage presents both opportunities and tests for Nigeria, with matches against experienced sides like Egypt and Zambia likely to be closely contested. Observers note that preparation, squad depth and tactical flexibility will be crucial for the Super Falcons as they pursue another continental crown in Morocco. Liverpool coach Arne Slot said he is pleased to see Mohamed Salah return from Africa Cup of Nations duty soon, despite recent tensions between player and club. Salah's absence had left a gap in Liverpool's attack, and the forward is expected to rejoin team training ahead of upcoming fixtures after the third-place showdown against Nigeria. The situation followed a heated exchange after Liverpool's 3-3 draw at Leeds United, when Salah accused the club of throwing him under the bus and claimed his relationship with Slot had deteriorated. The remarks sparked media attention and raised questions about squad harmony. Slot said he welcomed Salah back, emphasizing the player's importance to Liverpool's ambitions this season. Analysts suggest that resolving internal conflicts and reintegrating key players like Salah will be crucial for Liverpool's title challenge, while fans await the forward's return to full fitness and competitive form on the pitch. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here is a recap of today's top stories. CBN says about 20 banks have already met the new capital requirements under the ongoing bank recapitalization program. United States to spend 587 billion naira on counterinsurgency in Nigeria and some parts of West Africa amid worsening security. Ghana to end long-term mining agreements, double royalties to capture more benefits from rising gold. Canada and China reach preliminary trade deal, reducing tariffs on electronic vehicles, boosting economic ties. Nigeria drawn in Group C with Zambia, Egypt and Malawi for 2026 Women's AFCON in Morocco. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all social platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them, we still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it, but we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down. 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they'll just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekerandu Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times Campus News. things that happen during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. Just want to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then, okay? Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. For instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? I mean, we have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know? So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts so before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, we talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just, go to the app and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. Let's get back. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feeling important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to, so there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, The banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, you know, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them. And you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, you know, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So what, I mean, look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it. But we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Ibochire, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I got to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Ibochire Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. Number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It only come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. You took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they learn. They can wear, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church. You want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they're not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So My wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, well, it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground, because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to evade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly. Yeah, intellectual property. The U.S., if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it. It's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money. The story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously, from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you are bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian, is up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.